speak to our call centre. But you need to get the sterling silver first.
Absolutely, yes.
5 packs for 45.
Fabulous.
That works out £9. Can I just say, we cannot and will not honour that price tag of £9 outside of this deal. We are not going to be able to put to wear a single pack at £9. We just got this is a one-off exclusive £9 for each one of those packs within a 5-pack deal. If you want to join us, congratulations. Now we've got loads more deals to look forward to, plenty more times for you to add to your order. We've got loads of inspiration coming your way from 1 till 5, and then we're heading into Miss It, Miss Out show. Lots of deals. I do apologise about my voice. I'm hoping I'll be back in a week's time and it'll be better. Thanks to Debs. Thanks to you. Take care of yourself. Look after. Bye.
There are 2 easy ways to purchase from JewelleryMaker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview or FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click the sign up button. Once you have filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the On Air Now button on the front page. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, you simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget that you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker. Add a mystery gift to your order today and you'll receive a surprise full of fantastic treats and goodies with a huge saving guaranteed. Check out our online reviews from JewelleryMaker customers who have previously purchased one of these mystery gifts. Go on, treat yourself with a little gift.
Hello and welcome to Designer Inspirations. Thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. My name is Becky and I've got a real treat for you today. If you're interested in kumihimo mixed with a little bit of wire work, then the lovely Teresa is joining us this afternoon on Designer Inspirations. I've got some real treats for you today, including, we've only had it back in stock for 24 hours. The kumihimo starter kit is coming up for you really soon. We're gonna have this coming up for you in the next hour. We have got so many goodies in here for you. It's a real treat for you to look forward to, and that'll be coming up within the next hour. Now, do you know how normally we'll have, say, 2-star buys in 2 of our hours, so we might have 4 throughout the day? Today we've got 6. Yes, indeedy. We've got that many stunning strands that we just couldn't pick. So we've got 6 today. I've got 1 coming up in my first hour, 2 coming up in my second, 1 coming up in my third hour, and 2 coming up in my final hour. And I am talking about a gemstone that I personally haven't seen before, and some of my favourites. Bit of opal coming up for you as well. Hi Teresa, how are you? Oh, you've got no mic. Give us a thumbs up. It's like scuba diving. Yes, fine, go up. We're going to be heading over to Teresa and we're going to be having a little look at some quite Celtic knot designs. Now what we're going to be doing in our first section is we'll be having a little look at how to use our kumihimo disc and how to work with the kumihimo for her designer inspiration design. Then we're going to bring you the opportunity to own all of the goodies that you need to create that look. We'll then go straight back over to Teresa and she'll be able to show us the wirework section of that same piece. So there's absolutely plenty of goodies for you today. First bundle. So on Designer Inspirations, what we like to do here is we bring to you some kits with all of the components you'll need to put together some looks the same as or similar to the pieces our designer has created for us. We'll then go step by step through that design so you can own the kit. When it wings its way to you in a few days' time, you can then watch it back on our JewelleryMaker YouTube channel and you can follow along step by step. Teresa, your mic's on. Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good, fab. So we're having a little look at Celtic knot mixed with kumihimo and wirework. What was your inspiration for this?
Well, I'd done some Celtic knots previously, really just kind of playing about with the wire and with the cord, see what I could do. And then actually this conversation I've been having on Facebook, I think, and around and about on, well, you know, what else could we do?
Yeah.
Could you do Celtic knots with the kumihimo braid? How, you know, how do I do this, how do I do that? So I thought I'd kind of wrap all of that back together with another project.
And you've done it absolutely beautifully with this stunning kit. Now it's your chance to own this kit. First things first, let's have a look at our findings. Now this is one of our newer findings pack. You'll be getting in this a metre length of our silver coloured chain, and this I would describe as your flattened circles. As well as that, you'll be getting a selection of these rondelle shaped silver coloured space beads. You've also got in there this beautiful toggle clasps. You've got one of these stunning heart woven toggle clasps, which I just think, can't you see, match next to the chain. They work so beautifully together. Also, you're going to be getting a selection of crimp bead covers, your S-shape extender cord as well. Really great if you have dexterity problems or perhaps you're creating something for someone who has and they maybe struggle a little bit with lobster claw clasps. These are so much easier to undo, but still they've got the strength there to keep themselves in one piece. You've got plenty of head pins, including your flattened heart head pin as well, which I know is fastly becoming everybody's favourite. So all of the goodies that you can see on screen now, you will be getting in your findings pack. A real wealth in there. The numbers that you can see on screen too, those are also the ones that you'll be getting your hands on. So let's have a look at our threading material, shall we? We have in here perfect for Kumihimo, 2 lengths of this satin cord in a lovely pale pink but a real bold stainless steel grey also. You will be getting 10 meters worth on each of these 2 rolls. And you've also got your wire. In here you have 1 mil 10 meters and 1 mil of your 10 meters gold. So same gauges, different colorways. As well as all this, isn't this an unusual mix? I really like this kit. I've not seen a kit like this before. You've also got, of course, your genuine gemstones, 3 strands here, and one of which is just spectacular. You've got, voted twice your favourite, the wonderful strand of labradorite, 80 carats worth of this award-winning gemstone, faceted 6 mil rounds. The seductive sparkle you're getting from these is exquisite, and also just these bursts of labradorescence that you can see bursting into these. When we talk of labradorescence, we mean the shimmer, this golden and blue tone you get running across the surface due to the way this gemstone itself is created by Mother Nature in these fibrous parallel lines. The light enters, giving you these shards, bursts of colour. It's a really exquisite gemstone. If you haven't got it before, this is your chance, because it really is an award winner for a reason. As well as this, we've also got in here a lovely strand of coated quartz. It's got this mystic rainbow colour coating on here, which works perfectly with the facets actually. When you're having a look at these, can you see that you have almost a bubble-like appearance, don't you? 160 carats worth of the mystic rose quartz, and these are 8 mil in here. You've also got this strand of stunning amazonite, 170 carats worth of these drops, and they're hefty in size, 12 by 8 mil. Really unusual selection of colours in here, but when you see how well we've made them work together with Teresa's beautiful designs, you'll be so impressed. Now, let's reiterate, shall we? You've got your findings pack. All of these goodies you can see on screen now. You've got your gemstones, labradorite 6 mil, your mystic quartz, which is the 8 mil, and your amazonite drops, which are 12 by 8 mil. You've also got, let you see the strands, you've also got 20 meters in total of 1 mil, 1 in your silver and 1 in your golden color. And finally, you've got your satin cord, 20 meters in total of your periwinkle pink and your stainless steel gray. Now, let's take a look at your should be price. What we do is we compare prices against ourselves. Our prices are so competitive. If you were to buy these individually on our website, that is how much you'd be paying, £43.10. Now, at the top of your screen, or at the bottom if you're on the web, you will be able to see a code. The code itself is IVGC83. That code is your discount code. So if you were to buy all of these components separately, you will be paying £43.10. However, for today, and today only, it's the only chance you're going to have to get your hands on this kit until 9 o'clock. If you enter that code you can see up there, you aren't going to be paying £43.10. It's a discount code, and your price today is a stonker. How do you feel about £10 off? What about more than 15? £27.95 is your price on this day. That's more than £15 saving. You have got in here cords, wire, you've got your gemstones, you've got your findings pack. Now, if you are new to jewellery making and you're in that situation where you think, well, I have no idea where to start, I don't know what my technique will be, I don't know what I fancy getting involved with, this truly is a great format for you to get yourself started. All you need to do today is purchase this, maybe a few more strands you see, and get yourself a toolkit, and you will be on your way. Designer Inspiration is perfect for that, because you can then watch us back on YouTube when this wings its way to you in a few days, and you can follow step by step these designs, so you can create something stunning on your first time. This really is a great deal for you today. Over £15 of saving on this, and when you see this mixed media pieces, you will be blown away. When I saw Teresa's pieces before, there's one section of it that I said, oh my goodness, how did you do that? She went, you'll have to wait and see. So I am waiting to see these beautiful Celtic Knot wire triple pieces that you've created. They are stunning. Hello Teresa, how are you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Good. So I know you've been on quite a few times now, but for anyone who's new and maybe tuning in for the first time, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm Teresa and I'm a jewellery maker, yeah. Yeah, I've been making jewellery since I was a teenager. I do a lot of different crafts, a lot of paper crafting, cards, scrapbooking, that sort of stuff as well. Yeah, just kind of got into jewellery making, and it sort of grew from there. Finding jewellery maker and gemstones obviously was, you know, a key turning point. You know, easy access to a lot of wire meant I've been playing a lot with wire, I suppose. So.
And the play has paid off. Take a look at these beautiful creations. This is, see the section at the bottom of that Celtic knot? That's the bit that I said, how did you do that? Triple Celtic knot. I cannot wait to see how to try that out, because it's quite an unusual technique.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wire, so if the wire will do it, then I'll do it, really. So
I like that. Follow the wire. So, in this kit, you've managed to create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces out of this one kit.
yeah, and there's loads left over. I've barely touched the findings, and actually loads of gemstones as well.
So the fact that you can create 6 pieces and still have so much left over with a £15 saving with your discount code today, this truly is the time for you to get it. What I would say is we are in limited stock already. So I would strongly suggest, please, get yourself this before the end of the hour, because if it's sold out, it's sold out. Once it's gone, it's truly gone. We will never be doing this bundle again unless randomly someone picks it in random years' time. We won't be doing it again. This is your only chance to purchase it before 9 o'clock, and by the looks of things, we'll be sold out way before then. And do not forget, we have got some kumihimo sections here on these pieces you'll be able to see. I'll be bringing you the kumihimo within the next 20 minutes or so. So stay exactly where you are. So, Teresa, yes. You've done the Celtic knot. What was it that made you think of doing this?
I don't know, I think I've always liked Celtic knots, and I just kind of thought, well, you know, how might I? I did actually start off with cord and tying them with cords, and then I just thought, well, you know, as long as the knot is simple enough, how, you know, will that work with wire? How might I make it work with wire? And it kind of went from there, really.
It led from there. Wonderful. So, whereabouts are we going to start with these pieces?
Well, we'll start where I started, which is the kumihimo, Celtic knot, or Celtic knot, including kumihimo. So, obviously, first things first, you want to make the kumihimo braid. I did have a little bit of a play with lots of different bits of kumihimo for this, and whilst you could do a knot with the standard kumihimo braid, for something this sort of size, the complexity and the size that I wanted it to kind of end up, I've actually wanted it to be a little bit thinner than the normal 8-strand kumihimo braid is. So I had to have a bit of a think about how might I make a thinner braid with the kumihimo.
Okay.
So that's where we're going to kind of start. I've just realised I've started where I finished, or not where I started. Yeah, so disc setup. I thought the pink might not show brilliantly, but I'll see if I can get it to show. This is a braid that I've done previously. It's not the standard braid, but before I have done it with 8, so you just kind of have them at the 8 points. This is a 6-strand braid, so I've started with 2 at the top, and then just kind of sectioned it out so it's in broadly 3 areas. I have got weight on the bottom, and as the it grows, you can just kind of tie a knot in the braid, and so you're not kind of having to stand up to do it because the the weight's so far down.
This is using the round Kumihimo disc,
Yeah.
which we are going to have coming up in the starter kit. It's the round shape one that we'll be working with. So when you get your starter kit later on, you will be getting a disc in this shape, which makes a different shape for the actual Kumihimo itself.
Yeah. So I'm going to attempt to go by number, although the numbers are always in the middle, so I'm never quite sure which way they refer to. I'm assuming that this is 1. So first thing I'm going to do is take the number 11, no, the number 12, and put it up to the number 2 position. Then go across to this side, the number 22, and put that where the one that I've just taken out is in 12. And then the final one, which would be that side of the number 2, of the 2 bits on the top one, the number 1 goes to the slot that's just come out of, 22. And then we need to go back the other way round. So the 21 is going to go up to the 31. The 11 is going to go to the 21, and the 32 is going to go to the 11. And that is actually ready to start again, apart from obviously these bits are in the wrong place.
Yeah.
So all you need to do is just pop them back
To where
to the
they
starting
were.
position.
If you're watching this and thinking, oh, numbers, confusing, because I've got to admit, sometimes I think
Yeah.
when you're not doing it yourself, it can be a little bit
Yeah.
daunting, can we? But we do have a Kumihimo DVD available. If we got a little clip of it, that'd be great. The Kumihimo DVD will go through all of these sections, including this 6 braid weave, which means that if you've never done Kumihimo before, you want to get your starter kit, do get your hands on the DVD today. It is available on the website, £4.95, or just call the call centre and they'll be able to add it to your order today for no extra postage packaging charge. So do get yourself on there as well if you've perhaps not quite catching it, because I suppose if you've never done Kumihimo before, it can be a bit daunting, can't it?
Yeah. Well, actually, I mean, the numbers are kind of useful if you're kind of trying to note it down and figure out what you're doing, but they don't matter in terms of the braid. You've got 2 braids. Basically, what you're taking is 1, crossing over its pair, going round to that one, taking the one that's sort of going to go to where that space was, crossing that over its pair, putting it in that position, and doing the same with the top, which is now the middle one of those 3.
You just cross it over its
and then actually going back, crossing over that pair. This one's crossing over its pair, and this one's crossing over its pair, and then all you're doing then is resetting by putting those back to the start position. So you could do it without any numbers whatsoever. You don't, or these might be just 1 up or 1 further down. You just try and space them out.
And it's one of those things that once you've done the correct weave that you want 3 or 4 times, you actually get so used to it that you're not even thinking really. It becomes, it's the type of things you do in front of the TV, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't tend to look at the numbers, but it's just easy if you're kind of trying to figure out where you're going to start with to have the numbers to refer to. So that is literally all the braid. All of the strands I used are the same colour because I wanted a single colour braid. And I used the whole lot, which was just over, I cut it into just over 3 metres each because there's 10 metres on on the reel, and then folded them over, so you've got 1.5 metres strand, and then I just kind of carried on. You need a little bit more than you will actually finish with because of tying the knot. But what you tend to find with this one is it reduces by 1/3.
I see.
So I actually ended up with about 1 metre. You don't need that, you probably need about 70 centimetres. So if you wanted to use the cord for something else, then just kind of do, metre 20?
Yes, a little bit less in length.
Lengths to start with. But then what I did was kind of use the last sort of bit for the bracelet. So yeah.
Very clever.
So that's literally all you need to do with all of that is just keep going with that.
Always crossing it over its pair.
Cross it over its pair, find the middle one, go back, And what you actually do find, you find an ergonomic way of doing it, and you're sort of turning the disc rather than necessarily turning your, moving your wrists, but just for kind of the purposes of sort of seeing it, it's easier just if I'm not kind of moving it around all the time, steering
So
wheel.
once it's done, what is the length of the actual braid?
As I say, I ended up with 1 metre of braid.
Exactly,
This will be slightly less because I haven't finished it.
Each colour?
Well, no, because the other one, which is actually on the floor because I've just noticed where it went. I was
Oh, do
thinking,
you want me to
whereabouts
get
is
it?
I managed to kind of take it out of the bag. I think it's just sort of down.
It's all right, let's just look at the necklace whilst we...
Fiddle.
So this is the section that we're creating at the moment, this beautiful pendant section, and as you'll see we've just done the pink here. It's really lovely shine to it, hasn't it? This beautiful satin cord, it's really stunning, it catches the light really nicely.
It is lovely to work with. I've done the kumihimo with hemp cord, with ribbon, and with the satin cord now, and they're all lovely, have different effects in their own way, but this is really kind of just nice and soft to work with. It's really nice.
Definitely.
So the other one, it did start out as the same braid.
Yep.
And then when I tied the knot, I just thought there's something, the two colours were fighting each other because they were both the same size braids.
I see.
I thought actually I just wanted an accent of one colour.
Yes.
So I cheated and
Good.
and didn't create a kumihimo braid. It's actually just a plait. Just a standard plait in the grey. So again, this is a metre's worth of cord. You don't need anywhere near that, but just three strands, and then just kind of plaited along and knotted either end to hold it.
Brilliant.
So that was.
So you left a little tail on there as well.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't really matter. It was just I knew I didn't actually need that length,
anymore.
So there was no point kind of carrying on right till the end. Oh, and I didn't know if anybody wanted to see me plaiting, so leave a little bit just in case.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just over to the centre, normal kind of plait. So that's where we kind of get to with the kumihimo.
So with the kumihimo, if you've not done it before as well, as we referenced it earlier, the weighted bag at the base, that's just to keep it nice and taut, isn't it?
Yeah, it keeps good tension on it. I tend to use this just because then I've got it around. Essentially, it tends to be full of all of my my hematite beads because they're quite heavy. So and then I know where they all are. So
when you get this kit, if you are a newbie and perhaps you don't have any of those little organza bags or anything really weighty that you can initially think of, when you get this kit, the findings pack in there comes in a little organza bag. So you can just fill it with the gemstones or rice or whatever you have and literally just knot it on because they do come in that little bag. It's a £15 saving on this. Remember, I have got almost a third of my stock completely gone. So please get your hands on it right now. £15 saving for you today. Beautiful mixed medium, and so far rather easy to do.
Yeah, just one sort of note on tension. Once you've kind of got a strand, you could make tension with your hand.
Yeah.
I find I tend to keep sort of losing that tension if I'm trying to kind of hold it.
Yeah.
So having something of the same weight all the time keeps the same tension. It's easier that way. And the other thing to say is when I started off, I did have all of these in the bobbins that come in the starter kit because a metre and a half length of them, just they were getting all over the place, tangled up. So I've only just kind of taken them off because I've reached at that kind of length that you didn't really need them anymore. But they are really useful to have on there.
They are
as well.
so useful, they really are. We'll be bringing those to you in the next few minutes.
Just to finish off, all I tend to do is keep hold of it. I'm holding it through the hole there. Pull all of those cords off, feed them through, and then tie a knot. When I know where I'm finishing it properly, I'll sew it and bind it round, but at the moment that's just kind of to hold it and keep it.
And that's just holding it all in place.
Yeah,
then, isn't it?
otherwise it does start sort of unravelling itself slowly. So yeah, that just holds it then.
Fab.
Okay, so then we need to make the knot.
Fab, lovely.
And I've got another handy little diagram of the knot to help. This knot you can actually tie by hand, but if you get a little bit confused with it, you can just kind of follow it around on the format.
Okay.
I put this on my Teresa Kennard designer Facebook page, so be able to kind of grab that from there, and I'll pop it onto Facebook when on the JewelleryMaker page. When
fab. Link it onto there. That'd be really helpful.
So what I'm actually going to do, if I want to hand tie it, I'm going to turn it upside down.
Yeah.
And then it's actually just a little bit easier to kind of follow where we're going. And I want more or less kind of the middle of the cord here. And I'm going to start on the swirly bits.
Okay.
So, if I can figure out which way I'm going. So I want one like that, there.
Yeah.
And then another loop that's going there, and another loop that's going there.
So you're almost following it around like a maze.
That's literally all you need to do. If, let's say, if you aren't tying it by hand, undo those. What you can do then is just kind of pin it in so it's in place. So you just pop a pin in.
That's so clever.
If you pop it in where the diagram isn't crossing over, then you can actually get those other bits in. So I can't get that one through, but so that's kind of got the 3 loops in place.
I see.
And then with the 2 ends, you want to cross them over. The one that's coming from underneath wants to go on top to keep those knots. And then again, you're following where these are going. This is actually going over that loop.
Yep.
It's going to go under this
one.
loop, so just feed that through. That's the one that isn't caught yet, so handy. So feed that through underneath that one. There we go. And then it goes over this one. And then, and out that way. And then this one will go under the loop, over the end of that cord, and then under the other end of the loop. And this is where it starts getting a little bit more complicated. You're kind of feeding it through as you go.
Already you can see that's becoming stronger, can't you? It's looping into
this one's got to go over the loop, under the other tail, and over the other side of the loop, and then the opposite again, under the loop, over the top of that tail, and under the loop. And then that is actually the whole knot done. You could actually print this out and be a bit smaller.
Yes.
I printed it out this size so you could actually kind of see where you're going, but the bigger it is, the more you've got to kind of pull it to tighten it later.
Yes.
But the easier it is to feed it through to start with.
I
so
see.
It's a bit of a,
So when you print this off, we're going to put it on our JewelleryMaker page, Facebook page, when you print this off, you can then crop it or size it on your computer to whatever size you want. So have a little experiment with it.
Yeah. Or as I say, you can actually tie it by hand if you're not, worried about getting lost with the knot. If you are at all worried about getting lost, use the template, and you won't. All you need to do, keep checking that you've gone under where it says it's under.
Yeah.
And at this point, you can then kind of lift it up if it's
and it just
actually holding. You'll know if
right.
there's a bit that's suddenly
amazing.
kind of flipping up. You'll know you've gone wrong somewhere.
Because you've not actually tied it to itself. It's literally just by the knotting and because of the kumihimo, it just holds, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's fab. And then this time, obviously it's looking a little bit wonky, but we'll sort of tidy it up as you kind of pull it. But at this stage, it's probably easiest then to put this in.
Okay.
I just need to check.
This is the grey satin cord that we just braided. We made into that plait.
I just wanted to check that I was going in the right sort of spot because you can put it either side and it'll just come out the other.
I see.
The other way round, really, the other hand. So all I'm really going to do is kind of feed it through in the same manner. I might as well start from sort of somewhere in the knot. Doesn't really matter where, but it just means I've got a little bit less to feed through. So I'm just kind of feeding that through the knot. Won't worry about it too much at the moment, just as long as I know where I'm kind of following it to. And that's following that line.
I see, so you're sort of following the existing braid, aren't you?
Yeah, and that's all you're going to do right the way around it, is just keep kind of pulling it through. If you're kind of going around a corner, the only thing you need to make sure of is that you're going all the way around the outside of it. It's not crossing over at all. They shouldn't cross each other. It should always be one side of it. Just to get that kind of shadowed effect, really. That's going on the inside of that one. And I mean, you could get a little bit kind of worried at the moment about it being precise and lying flat and everything else, but it's actually better just to get it in position and then start kind of then start fiddling with it. So that's going to go.
It's amazing how quickly it comes together, and you know, the fact that once you've made it, literally just in moments of starting it off with the basic drawing and following it around, it comes together really quickly. It looks incredibly fiddly initially, but quite clearly once you've got the pink one done, it's just following it around really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not the most complex knot you could get. If you wanted to have a more complex knot, you could do exactly the same thing. You know, find a picture of the knot and
do the same technique.
Print it off. You know, you might need to trace it out if it's a picture rather than just a diagram. But then you could do exactly the same thing and just follow it round.
The Kumihimo starter kit is coming up in moments. I can almost feel it. It's almost here. So if you're watching this and thinking, wow, I wonder if I can do that, you can. Just have to get yourself hands on the starter kit to give you all of your goodies that you need.
So that's where we're at the moment. Now, one of the things somebody has asked me was how to kind of pull it tight without it going out of shape.
Right.
And essentially, I think that it's probably the same as with a lot of things. You're in control of it.
Okay.
So, you know, if it starts sort of, there's one bit straight and everything else looks a bit weird, you've just pulled it too tight, unpull it a bit, loosen it up again, and start again. So all I'm going to do, because I want kind of one long bit and one short bit, that's kind of short at the moment, is I'll start kind of pulling it from there. So I'm just going to tighten those up together. Take this round, tighten that up a bit.
So you tighten it up in sections.
Yeah, just kind of pulling it through. The longer you sort of take doing this, the more care you take with doing it. Obviously, the easier it is to kind of keep the shape. You can sort of pull several at once, but that's going to then pull it straight, so it will pull it out of shape a bit.
Yes.
So again, if you're concerned about it, just sort of go slowly. Probably a bit more slowly than I am. But
so when you're pulling all of these tails together, all of the lines together, you want to start with the shortest tail preferably. So the tail that we've kind of started moving it all into shape from is the section that we're going to attach it with. So I presume you do that so that at the other end, when you've got a long tail, it's not a worry. You can just reshape to actually attach it to here.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're just going to cut off the bits you don't want.
Yeah.
But all I'm trying to do at the end is have a bit that I can use for something else.
For something else, yes.
Rather than having two bits that are sort of, half the length. So, I mean, as you can see, this is still sort of a bit on the loose side, so we can carry on sort of, this bit looks a bit loose, so you just sort of go from there. If you pull the two together, lost where it was going. Then you're always going to have sort of quite a similar sort of look. If you get towards the end and find one, it's not that one, it's this one, like this, though it still pulls out at the moment, this is obviously shorter than this one is, then you can start just kind of pulling one to get it to the same size.
I see, yeah.
So it's, it doesn't matter, it's all in your kind of hands to sort out really. So yeah, that's kind of more or less there. I'd probably go around again just to kind of tighten up exactly what I'm doing. And then once I've got it to more or less the right size, what I actually wanted, rather than having the the plait kind of flat next to it. I wanted it sort of butted up so it's kind of sideways on.
Okay, I see.
So then you're starting to sort of go in and where it's sort of flat, just kind of pushing it into position. If you wanted it definitely to be, you know, absolutely neat all the way around, you could sew it in position. You possibly could do that when you started, but I probably wouldn't recommend it because it's likely to kind of twist around where you don't want it. And similarly, if you find that the knot doesn't quite sort of hold as much as you want it to, you could just kind of sew through little invisible stitches through where they cross,
where it needs a bit
so it
of
holds. That one isn't. It's just tightened up. It just holds through being tightened up.
Fab.
So yeah, this has got a little way to go, but it's sort of getting there.
Well, would you like me to leave you to continue that?
Yes, Randy.
If you carry on neatening that up, then we'll be back with you. We're going to be back with Teresa in moments to learn how to attach it to the neckline and how to do all the other goodies. But because you've seen how to do it, we're now going to show you how to get your hands on it. This is our Kumihimo starter kit. Now, if you're unsure as to what Kumihimo is, then the piece we've just seen, then the braiding technique using the disc, that is the Kumihimo braid, and that's what we work with. Now, the Kumihimo starter kit, you've got all of the goodies that you're going to need in there to create those beautiful braids. The braids itself, the technique in fact itself, very much derived from China. It was taken on actually by the Japanese quite strongly after a few years also. But the word itself, roughly translated, just means braided cords essentially, which is exactly what this technique is. Now, all the goodies that you can see now are what you're going to be getting your hands on. Now, if you're watching for the first time, or perhaps you have done a little bit of other areas of jewellery making, but you really want to branch out, then this is going to be the chance for you to get your hands on it. Perhaps you're looking at doing mixed media like we're working with here. Maybe you've been doing wire for a while and you think a little bit of Kumihimo could just add something else, another string to your bow. Or even, Kirsty, I've got my beautiful producer Kirsty out today. How about a bit of Kumihimo with soutache? Could you do that? Make a soutache pendant and then make the braid to hang it. That'd look really beautiful, wouldn't it? So it's really something that you can get your hands on, and seriously, the price on this is exceptional. Let me run through everything, shall I? Now, this is a fantastic price for a starter kit. Now, we mentioned earlier these bobbins, and do you remember Teresa said that she'd used the bobbins and she couldn't have done without them, to be honest. It's essentially the same as wire work when you work from the reel, essentially. So, what these bobbins are, you'll be getting a selection of these. Do you get 9? Am I right in thinking that in total, or 10? In total. And what they are very simply is they're almost little suction cups. You flip them open, and then in here is where you will wrap your cord. So you'll wrap it along in long lengths. Wrap it along. So for example, for the piece that we've seen Teresa do, she said that she'd used all 10 meters and she separated them out. So for one cord, she put, you know, 1.5 meters, say, around one of these. Really simply then, all you do with the suction cup with a tail hanging out is you close these up. It secures it all really nicely, but also means that you've not got long tails all getting confused over each other and tangled. It also means it actually keeps a little bit of tension on the cord itself, but then it feeds it out at a workable and usable timing and length. These really are so useful. So, because if you think of it, when you're doing even just a 6-strand cord, you've got 6 long lengths of your cording that just have the possibilities to become a complete mess, adding more time and effort. These save all of that. Now, you've also got, of course, your cord. Now, this is your mixed cord, and you've got in here some beautiful neutral tones. You've got your basis of your black, and you've got your grey and your beautiful, almost antique bronze colour. 2 meters this is, and it's 3 yards you'll be getting of this in total. You've also got in here these cord ends. Now, these are the thing that will finish off your beautiful pieces, giving them a professional finish. In here, you've got a few goodies. Now, if I can get these out, is that okay? You've got your cap ends. and you've got your toggle clasps. So this is one section of your toggle clasp, and then of course you have the T-bar also that goes through there, and you have your end caps. Now they look a little bit like what did you say they look like, Kirsty? Shelves. Oh, bells. I was like, shelves? Where have you been shopping? I think they look like chest pieces. You know, the little heads on the, like the little bishop or the knights maybe. Yeah, like a bishop. So these are your cap ends. What we do with these is, once your cords are all knotted up, as we've seen the lovely Teresa do, what you can do is you pop them into here with a little bit of glue, which we also have in this starter pack. That means that you've got a really professional finish. You've not just knotted it off or sort of burnt the ends, or, you know, you've got a really professional finish. But also when you've got these caps on, you then, using the little jump rings which you also get in, you're able to then attach your lobster claw clasp, or in this case your toggle clasp. And then you have this little loop here too, which is really simply for adding on. You can add on pendants using this. It's a bit like a charm holder essentially. So where the hole is here, you'll slide that through your braid. You've got the little eye there where you can drop off some gemstones, or perhaps your main pendant section, or if you work with polymer, maybe a little piece that you've created there. So those are the goodies you get in here. As well as that, of course, you've got the disc. This is the essential piece of kit. We've seen exactly how it's used, but if you want to refresh your mind, or perhaps learn a few more of the techniques, the Kumihimo DVD is online at the moment, £4.95, or just talk to the call centre, they'll get you with that. Now, this is the same as the one that Teresa was using, but hers of course was a lot smaller. So it's the mini disc. It doesn't affect the shape of the braid or the size of the braid. The mini disc is simply for transport. You know, if people perhaps travel and do their Kumihimo, but we give you the full size one in the starter kit, and this actually is a little bit easier for you to get your head around because it's had the same amount of numbers, but it's a larger space. It means that it's a little bit easier to see, but also it's more workable in a sense if you are starting off. It doesn't change the size or the thickness of your actual finished braid. That's all determined by the cord actually. It's really simply just, it's a bit easier to use, and if you're starting out, maybe you don't want to be using lots of little fiddly bits. Easy peasy. And then, just to make it super cute, you've got a little carry bag for it all. All of these goodies that I've shown you fit into this Kumihimo little carry bag. It makes it really portable, really easy to use, and if you're anything like me and you've tried out every single different style of jewellery making, and perhaps you're a little bit messy as well, it's easy to be, isn't it? Keep all your Kumihimo stuff in one place in this really handy little carry pack. Have you got any holidays coming up? Are you going on a plane anytime soon? How many jewellery making techniques can you think of that you can take everything you need on a plane? Just hand luggage. Apart from the glue, but you can take all the cords and the bobbins and the end piece and the disc itself on the plane, in your hand luggage. You can sit there on the plane when a rubbish movie is on that you don't like, or you've watched twice already, thought it was boring the first time, the kids are getting a bit rowdy, they're dead excited, you're just tired. Sit there, Kumihimo in. You don't need any extra tools or snips or anything like that. Just take what you need and enjoy your flight. Oh, enjoy your flight, ladies and gentlemen. The exits are here, and your great deals are right here. We have got for you now a stunning starter kit, all of the goodies that you need. Let's have a recap, shall we? You've got your bobbins, 3 yards worth of your cord, which is the 2mm satin cord, beautiful sheen. You've got your cap ends, your toggle clasp, your jump rings, you've got the circle itself, you've got your glue, and you have the handy carry case. This is a really comprehensive kit. Essentially, all you're going to really need to add to this over your time of doing Kumihimo is cords. Because once you've used the cords, of course you've used the cords, but the disc, There's nothing to rust on it or fall off it. You've got it as long as you've got it. The bobbins, exactly the same. And of course the cap ends, those will get used. All you really need to restock on with Kumihimo is the cords, the caps, and maybe a bit of the glue. With Kumihimo you can use absolutely any cords as well, and it's lovely that we're starting you off with satin cord, but you can really go on to anything. We had Sarah was using sari silk with the Kumihimo disc yesterday. We've used organza ribbon with it as well. You can bead it. So many different directions you can go in with this. It's a really comprehensive kit. You've got everything you need to get you started and get you going on your journey. And this price is exceptional for you today. All you need for just £19.95 for a brand new hobby, a brand new kit, all of the goodies you need to get you started. Are there any other hobbies realistically that you can start with all that you need for under £20? Even if you think of it, what about running? Even that, what? £50–60 for a pair of trainers and, you know, all of the right gear, reflective stuff on top of that. A whole hobby, a whole kit for under £20, a brand new skill for less than £20. If you are like me and you believe that the greatest gift is knowledge and the greatest gift is to be able to learn new things, then you are giving yourself not only that greatest gift, but you are also giving yourself all of these goodies, which essentially you can then make money from for under £20. This is what we made yesterday with Sarah Alvin. Underneath that scale mail is Kumihimo. Really exactly like that. If you see the dark maroon colour braid on there, all we did on one of those strands is simply added on a few scales each time. But you can build up to that sort of thing, but you can also start off quite basic. For example, these two I have here, this is just the torque spin done with Kumihimo, and then we've just dropped on a beautiful pendant on each of them. But this itself, essentially, really simple. It's really useful to give it a go. It's really easy to use, and also in here, can I open this up, do you mind? Also in here, if I show you the disc again, look at all these beautiful pieces. That's just adding gemstones to it. When you get your disc, I've just taken it out of its plastic wrapper because I want to show you something as well. If you're thinking, let's give this a go, maybe I won't get the DVD today, maybe I'll just give it a try first. Instructions. Behind the disc you get a really comprehensive instruction pack with little diagrams for you as well. Everything you need here, it really is all in one, and it's less than £20. Now let's have a little look, shall we, at how to finish off that beautiful necklace piece that we have with the Kumihimo. Do get your hands on this right here, right now, because last time we had it in stock, it was gone. So please get yourself your hands on it now. Teresa, you have scrolled it up beautifully.
Oh, thank you.
Just with a little bit of playing.
Yeah, you could carry on and keep kind of fiddling about with it, but it's there or thereabouts. So, yeah.
So this is the knot that we've scrunched up a little bit nicer for you.
So yeah, just keep kind of having a bit of a go until you're happy with it, really. And even where these are kind of coming out, it could do with being just a little bit sort of, you know, right sort of thing. In order to kind of finish them off, all I've actually done is sewn through and then tied off just a little bit of
What type of thread?
it's just an ordinary bit of sewing thread,
yeah.
that I had kind of lying around, and just kind of tie a knot in it. You can take your time over that and just kind of sew it through, so it's just so it's secure. And then I didn't have any of the ends, so I got my wire out instead.
Clever.
And all I've done is take a decent amount, so you've got something to kind of hold on to, and wound that around as tight as I could get it, just where I want to kind of finish it off.
So this is ideal if you run out of, say, the bead ends, the bead caps, because if you've got a bit of wire, you can just wrap it around like this.
Right, didn't chop the ends of my cord off, so pretend they're not there. So yeah, so all then you need to do is kind of hide where you've got that bit. If you wanted to kind of go around and do the other side of it, you could do.
Okay.
At this point you probably need to decide which is the front and which is the back of your knot.
Okay.
And I'm going to take that as the front, so if I flip it over, the inside kind of bit of it,
The wire that's closest to the actual knot.
Yeah. I'm just going to cut off sort of around about the midpoint of those two cords.
And that's on the back.
On the back, and then turn that end inwards to where the cords are, so that's not going to catch anything.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't got my scissors with me, so this might be a bit of an ask of the snips.
Oh,
But yes, it's going to be a bit of a...
have we got any scissors, I wonder? Try and find you some.
I've got the little one. I've managed, but
Good. Next one. Here we go, look at these. Thank you, Kaz, you're a love.
yeah, just get a bit of a neater finish with proper scissors. Be careful of where the wire is, don't blunt them on the wire. And then I just kind of kept hold of that, went round one more time. You would get a little bit closer, and then just chop that off to a decent length. Oh, send it
So you've
flying.
got around a centimetre tail.
Yeah, and then all I'm going to do with this is flip it so it's going upwards,
Yeah.
so it's like straight out from where the cord is,
Mm-hmm.
and then with my round nose pliers, just make a loop. That's a bit big. Normally I'd kind of make the loop and figure out where I'm going, but so then that's just kind of finished off that end,
Yeah.
to then start kind of hanging stuff on. And probably the only other thing to say with this, I was then thinking, what shall I put on? I thought, shall I put a jump ring on? I thought, well, no, we've got some findings.
Yes.
So this is the loop from
The toggle clasp.
which you could put on to start with and save yourself the hassle of
Yeah.
putting in the middle. Or if, like me, you decided at the end, you can actually pop it on and then just feed it through the knot.
Oh, that's really clever.
So it's another kind of...
Would
bit
you
of a
still be
fiddly
able
job,
to do
but-
this if you'd stitched it?
Probably not.
No.
No, because those two bits would be
They'd
together.
be joined together, wouldn't
Yeah, but you could just put a jump ring on there. Just kind of
attach
open
it.
it up, hook it through, and attach it. So that's got to find its way all the way through. But that would be how you just kind of did it. Just keep working it through.
Fab. So you work it through until it's resting at the bottom where you want it, and then from here you've added one of each of the beautiful gemstones, haven't you?
Yeah.
They work so stunningly together. So if you can just chat us through quickly how you've done the drop torque of this necklace.
It's literally made eye pins from the 1mm wire and from the head pins in the kit, and a little bit of the chain. I think I chopped up kind of 3 links of the chain just to kind of space some bits out as well. Just decided what gemstones I wanted to put in what order.
And you've just popped those interspersed them really beautifully. This is such a stunning piece. It's a really nice necklace. What would you think price-wise? I know it's hard. I always ask, I'm sorry, but I like the question.
I really don't know. I mean, I tend to sort of start some of my simpler necklaces at about £20, so it would be 25 upwards probably.
So essentially, you, bearing in mind that you've made 6 pieces here and you said you had plenty of the gemstones left, essentially you could make this necklace, sell it for £25, and just in one piece of jewellery you've got your money back and extra. And you have so much left. Don't forget, we've still got the bracelet. You didn't run out of the cord, essentially. You had some left over. You've got the bracelet, the pairs of earrings. The £25, you've got one necklace done, and then for what, £2-3 more the bundle, the whole price. This really does have serious money making opportunities. Let's recap exactly what we have in here. You've got your pink and your grey satin cord, which is what we've used here to make this beautiful knot. 10 meters of each. And just remind us again, how many meters ish? We used the whole amount, didn't we? But you had a little left
For the
over.
pink, yeah, then you've got some left over, possibly a couple of bracelets if you're really good at tying it. And the silver, I've got loads left over.
Because you only used 3 strands of that, of course, absolutely. So plenty of this left over. You also had your wires. We had 1 mil each, 10 meters each, just one's in gold and one's in silver. We've also got in here your findings pack, all in here. This is your silver coloured finders pack. Everything that you see on screen in a moment, you will be getting in this, including your spacer beads, your crimp beads, your head pins, etc. So that's your findings pack. That will come in a little organza bag. And then finally, you have these stunning gemstones. You've got your centre drilled drops, and that is your Amazonite. Of the Amazonite, you had 170 carats. Of the Mystic Rose Quartz, 160 carats worth there, and those were your 8 mil faceted rounds. And of your Labradorite, you also had 80 carats worth of your 6 mil faceted rounds. You had absolutely plenty on there. So all of these today, it was only £27.95 for absolutely everything. This for me is one of the most varied kits that I've ever seen. To have 2 sets of cord, 2 sets of wire, 3 gemstones and a findings pack for a saving of £15 today. Now you promised me that you would tell me how you've done this. You've possibly got around 2 minutes, to be honest.
Right, okay.
But you promised.
I have got 3 bits of wire, 2 silver, 1 gold.
So this is the 1 mil you
about
get
25 centimetres.
Yeah.
All I've done so far is just kind of bent them into a bit of a U shape.
Yeah.
So one arm, this is going to be quite untidy in 2 minutes.
Don't worry.
One arm you just need to kind of take round and round again. Sorry, we're up on the top.
I see, so you create an almost eye drop.
So that's that side of it. This one needs to go under there, I believe. Are we going over there? No, we're going over that one. Then under the tails and around.
Yeah.
And then actually this needs to shoot through here.
Okay, so how do we do that?
You need to make the space for it because obviously it's going on under over sort of stuff. So what I do is I get my ball and just push the wire into the sort of the channels you want to kind of get through, and then just start feeding the wire through that. Once you've got it through, which it is going, it's playing quite nicely today, you usually get to one point and then it decides it doesn't want to go anymore. There we go. Once it's through, you can then start, that one's decided to pop out, you can then just pull it so it tightens it up. You might find one goes, the middle one will go, and then you need to kind of pull out the others in turn, but you can do once you get to that side, that stage, and just keep going until it's even.
And then you just keep going until it's even, literally done in less than 2 minutes. Congratulations. Leaving me just enough time to say thank you, you're amazing. We're coming back to you in a little bit. And also, if you are looking for some serious luxury for less, then you are not going to want to go anywhere, because I have got all of that and so much more coming up after this short break. See you then.
Join guest designer Sarah Elvin and get creating stunning designs in no time with this Kumihimo introductory DVD. The easy to follow steps shown on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will guide you through a variety of techniques to get you started. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
come and join guest designer Sarah Elvin on our Kumihimo Projects workshop. Explore the different materials used in both braiding and kumihimo, as well as learning a variety of patterns, ending techniques, and many more hints and tips to get you started. The full course includes a selection of satin cord and organza ribbon, a selection of gemstones and findings, gold-coloured copper wire, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and the museum, and a chance to visit our shop. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we are happy to announce that our studio store is now open. If you attend any of our courses, you can now browse through special items, get exclusive discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Become an exclusive customer at the studio store. For more information on available courses and dates, please contact our call centre. The new studio store. The experience just got better. Add a mystery gift to your order today and you'll receive a surprise full of fantastic treats and goodies with a huge saving guaranteed. Check out our online reviews from JewelleryMaker customers who have previously purchased one of these mystery gifts. Go on, treat yourself with a little gift.
Hello jewellery makers, welcome back. Thanks very much for joining me. My name is Becky and we are joined by the ever so lovely Teresa today. We're going to be heading over to you in an hour to have a look at your second design. But before that, she didn't know we were going to do this today. She's got a challenge. We are going to challenge our lovely Teresa. Now, what we do on Designer Inspirations is we will give them something that perhaps we think is a bit unusual, or perhaps we think it's something that maybe if you saw it at home, you wouldn't know exactly what you do with it. And what we do is we give them around an hour and a half to have a little play and create some beautiful pieces. And her box today is a bit of an interesting one. It's a matrix box of chips and nuggets. Almost looks like beautiful confetti in there. Now for our challenge, what we allow the guest designers to do is this has to be the main focus of each of their pieces. However, they have got little drawers behind them where they can get out some wire or cords or extra little bits and bobs that they can add to this. This is the last in stock of this box today. Once this is gone, it's completely gone. We haven't got any more hidden in the vault. We haven't got any more on order. So this is your last chance today, right now, before 9 o'clock to purchase this. 180 carats worth of this gemstone collection of chips and nuggets. We're going to do this at the lowest ever price, just for last in stock, just for your last ever chance to purchase. This is going to be the lowest price you've ever had it at before. Should we have a little look at the gemstones? So we've got here, if I can get my tweezers, I'll show you a couple. So in here we've got your multi-pink tourmaline in this top one here. Real nice bursts of pink running through there. Your neon apatite, you can see that a mile off, can't you? So bright. You've got a beautiful Tsavorite garnet. Now, if you like this, you're gonna love what I've got coming up for you later. Tsavorite garnet, one of the rarest garnets. We've got your pink tourmaline here. Can you tell what this is? Think of what green that is. This is, of course, emerald, genuine emerald we have in here. And have a look, some seriously quite large pieces as well. So that's your emerald. We've also got genuine mandarin garnet, really zesty tone through here. Look at this beautiful red spinel as well, real nice pop and richness of saturation in tone. And finally, one of the rarest gemstones, tanzanite. In fact, this box, if you think about it, you've got things like savarite garnet in there, you've got your tanzanite in there, tourmaline emeralds, your spinel as well. They are seriously rare gemstones, every single one of those, aren't they? Never thought about it with this box before. Oh, it's exciting to be able to bring you this. So this is your matrix box. Now what we do is we're going to hand this over to Teresa in a moment. She can have a little play with it, but what we want to do is we want to give you the option to own this now. When we launched this, the price was £17.95, because not only are these really rare, but because they're in a matrix collection, we purposely gone out to source them for their things like richness in colour and clarity of certain ones, which of course you're getting to a really superbly high standard within this. So your current price is this. It was launched at £17.95, but a fiver was taken off. So with a fiver taken off, it's £12.95. But we're going to give it to you for the lowest ever price. But please remember, it's your last chance to purchase right here, right now. Last time I did a matrix box and we did lowest ever price. It was this team, wasn't it? Kirsty, producer, director, Tom, myself, camera lady Kaz, Scott on floor. We did our matrix box of rondelles for the lowest ever price, and it sold out within literally minutes, wasn't it? Do you remember? The same thing is going to happen with this, and what I will say is there's people on the phone already, and also I'm on limited stock. If you're happy with £12.95, please get yourself on the phone right now, because we're going to take off every single penny that we can. It's your last chance to own it. It's not £17.95, it's not even £12.95. Your price today is just £10.95. That's a £7 saving you're making on the initial price of this. £7 saving for you. It's your last chance to buy, but I have got many people on the phones right now. Anne, Sheila, Lorraine, I've got you on the phone. Hello everyone, Jacqueline, Valerie, you're getting your hands on this today. Please stay exactly where you are. There is a slight queue forming on the phone, but it's well worth the wait, because once this is gone, it's gone. I cannot tell you that we're going to get this back in again. Have you got any ideas for this so far, Teresa?
I'm thinking. Well, I think part of it is I need to kind of have a look at it, have a bit of a play. I'm just kind of thinking about putting some of the different colours together. So possibly the neon apatite with the pink tourmaline.
Love that idea.
Maybe the emerald with the tanzanite. I don't know yet.
Yeah.
See which of the greens goes kind of better. Yeah, and I need to have a look at that kind of the multi-pink tourmaline.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, because you can't quite see exactly what the colours are in there.
Yeah, it's really nice. Got mixtures of all the berry. Think of every berry tone you can think of, and it's in that mixture bit.
Yeah.
Can you imagine these sewn into a kumihimo braid? Oh, my data. Lowest ever price. It's your last chance to own. Teresa, take it off my hands before I fall in love. It's £10.95, £7 saving, but it is your last chance to buy. You can see all these people that you've got on the lines. You know that these people you can see now are buying it. What it doesn't tell you is how many people on that list are multi-buying. My producer can see it, and she says that at least a couple of the people that are on screen right now have bought two. We might not even be able to recap this when we go to the designer challenge. So at 4:45, when we go back over, around 4:45, when we go back over and see what she's made, we might not actually have enough left. That's how low in stock I am. Think Last Chance Saloon, you are right smack bang in it now. So please get it, lowest ever price. Really genuinely stunning gemstones, really rare. £10.95, lowest ever price today. Now, I did say to you earlier on, didn't I, that we're going to have 6-star buys throughout the day, and I said we'd have one in our first hour, but we didn't have time, we didn't have chance. But don't worry, you're still going to be getting 6. Okay, I don't know, honestly, when I say to you amethyst and citrine together in one, ametrine for you on the show today. This is, look at the amount of citrine in this ametrine strand here, in this section. This is your ametrine and amethyst gemstone. Do you know what's really special about this as well? Genuinely so special. This has not been treated in any way. Completely natural. And when I say under £30, I mean under £30. This is yours today. One location, stunning gemstone. I'll bring you this as a star buy. And I'm really, this is the gemstone that I said I've not brought to you before, and this cut is something that I haven't brought to you before. I'm going to be completely honest with you. You know what I'm like. You know I love learning about gemstones. I love passing that knowledge on to you. But it's generally about the gemstones. This is the first time I've actually sat down and been enthralled about the cut of a gemstone. These are created by specifically trained people called concave artists. This is your beer quartz in a concave cut. I am in love. This is seriously high brilliance. I'm going to tell you all about this exceptional cut which I've not seen before. I'm so excited to bring you this. And I've also got, I told you about the matrix box and I gave you a little hint, didn't I? If you like this one, you'll love another. These are all star buys. How exciting is this? Tsavorite garnet in a strand, and my favourite gemstone in pink. Oh my goodness. Do you know what? If I was a strand of gemstones, I would probably be this strand of gemstone. I'd be a bit of opal and a bit pinky and girly. So these are coming up star buys for you today. But this is serious luxury for less. We've got some beautiful gems. I want to get as many in for you as I possibly can today. So let's get started. Where are we going, Kirst? Let's start as we mean to go on with some natural turquoise. Take a little look at this beautiful gemstone for me. Rounds. Isn't that unusual to see turquoise in rounds? This, the strength of colour, bearing in mind these are completely natural, the strength of colour is exceptional. 40 carats worth of these, and they are your plain rounds 5mm. Now when we're looking at turquoise, we're looking for a couple of things. If it's natural turquoise, then we're looking for the strength of colour, and this is almost the stereotypical turquoise tone, isn't it, that you're getting in this beautiful strand, which is perfect. We're also looking for the internal matrix. Now when we talk about the matrix, if I hold this out, you might be able to see a little bit better. You'll be able to see these veins, or sometimes called spider webbing, this matrix, these black lines casting across the surface. The matrix of turquoise is completely unique to every single gemstone. You won't find two identical. The matrix is completely individual. So when you work with these, you know that what you're creating will be totally unique, completely down to the quality of this beautiful gemstone. And guess what? My producers had a little look, and we can take a cheeky few pounds off this today. We didn't actually think we'd be able to when we had our pre-production meeting, but we can now. She's been given the A-OK go ahead. So this is your current web price, £17.95. Because it's turquoise, people know the name. It's a great gemstone, adored by the Egyptians, and this is totally natural as well, which of course brings the price up. So for £17.95, you're getting high quality at a low price. But we're going to do something special today. It's not £17.95. If you're happy to save £2 on this gemstone, please get yourself on the phone right now. £12.95. That's a £5 saving on completely natural turquoise. How often do we have that on? This isn't dyed howlite. This is completely natural turquoise. Sometimes dyed howlite will be called turquoise, but this is totally natural turquoise. And it's £12.95 for you today to get something that's been completely created by Mother Nature, something that has not been added to. We haven't dyed it, we haven't heat treated it, we haven't added these veins in or filled it, for something that Mother Nature has spent hundreds of years to create. It can be yours for £5 off today, £12.95. It's not been that price before, probably won't be again, because I've got loads of people with it in their basket. It's essential that you're checking out in your basket right now. We're on last in stock right now. This is your miss it, miss out now time. If you're online, you need to check out your basket, please. Check out as many times throughout the day as you want. You don't have to pay extra postage packaging. It's just one postage packaging until midnight tonight, £2.95. Doesn't matter how much you put in that basket, that will be your postage packaging price until midnight. Please check out, because this is going to low quantities now. Last chance saloon, chance to get this. We are so low in stock that if you don't check out now, you're likely to miss it. Lowest ever price, £5 off, completely natural, for just £12.95 today. I told you this was luxury for less, and if you like that, stay with us. Because honestly, truthfully, we do luxury for less, and we always have great things in there, but I think this is the most excited I've been about luxury for less, because I can see exactly what I've got in here. I feel like a kid in a very expensive sweet shop. Genuine gemstone sweet shop. Where are we heading? Okay, you need to be fast. Sheila's doing a bridal workshop. She drooled over these. I went to show these to the ladies before. They couldn't believe the size of them. White cultured Baroque pearls, 11 by 9 all the way to 12 by 10 mil. The Baroque pearls are so wonderful because each one is really unique, and I think also it's beautiful, a Baroque pearl, because you know they're real. You know, sometimes you can walk into a shop, and sometimes even if you're looking at plain rounds, unless you look closely, you can kind of question how real they are, can't you? You can't exactly, you can't walk into a shop and rub them on your teeth, can you, to check whether or not they're real. That's the test. That's how you check if they're real. If they're a real pearl, you get a gritty feeling on your teeth. If they're plastic, you won't. With these, you know instantly, don't you? And that's what we want when you're showing off your gemstones. You don't want someone to walk past your stall and think for a second, oh, they look like nice faux pearls. You don't want that. You want them to know instantly it's genuine. And you can tell with Baroques. Lovely thing with Baroque as well is when they're against their skin, they sit so nicely. There's no twisting or turning. They have a lot of flat surface area, which means that when you wear them, they're so beautiful. Now, white, of course, when it comes to pearls, truthfully, is very much a classical sought after tone, and it's your chance to get your hands on these sizable pieces. 11 by 9 to 12 by 10. Now, when we look at pearls, if you're not sure how a pearl created, I'll do a very basic story for you. A mollusk takes an irritant within it. Once the irritant is there, it releases this nacre which builds up over time to protect itself. And the nacre, as it builds up and it hardens, solidifies, is what creates these pearls. we say that to create 1 mil of this solution that creates these pearls takes Mother Nature around a year to create. So if some of these are 12 by 10 mil, these could have taken around 10 to 12 years to create each one. That's a lot of work that Mother Nature puts in, and you should deserve to own it. So how about doing lowest ever price? This is your luxury for less. Honestly, pearls have been going so quickly recently. I really do suggest you get yourself on the phone right now, because this is your current web price that we will be beating. £11.95 is your current web price on these, which is exceptional because this is a lengthy strand. If I put these around my neck, this is touching at the back. So this, if I leave space for a lobster claw clasp, that's a perfect length, isn't it? Realistically. £11.95 for a lengthy strand of beautiful natural white pearls. It's not £11.95, it's lowest ever price for you today. It's just £9.95. That is every single pence we can take off this white Baroque pearls. There's people on the phones right now for this. It doesn't surprise me. Get your hands on these today, because pearls for 2014 are seriously up there. There's something to be looked for. Karl Lagerfeld from Chanel, of course, director of Chanel right now, he's been talking about pearls and how Chanel are going very much back to basics, back to their original roots in a sense, with Coco Chanel, of course, always draped in pearls, wasn't she? Going back to their roots with their pieces by using a lot of pearls in 2014. We're in London Fashion Week right now, so please do have a little look online, keep your eyes posted. It's kicked off now. It is, Tom, it's right now. It's kicked off. So have a little look, and honestly what you'll be seeing is a lot of silky fabrics for spring summer, bringing in this pearlescent tone. And with Chanel as well, you'll see a lot of beautiful, the models are strewn in these gorgeous pearls also. And you know what happens? As soon as London Fashion Week happens, all of the top designers have a little look, have a little feel out. All of the people who have, say, the high-end shops and stores go and watch, and then that feeds down, doesn't it, into the high street stores. And then all of a sudden spring summer comes and you see all these people draped in similar looks at a lower price. That means that because this is huge for 2014, because these right now are all over the catwalks, just want to let you know that we're in low stock on this now, all over the catwalks, you know that people are going to start looking for this on your stall in the next couple of months. You need to get it now while it's at its lowest ever price, because you don't want to, in 3 months' time, get to your craft store and think, oh, I might get myself some pearls, because everyone seems to be asking for pearls, but then the trend's gone. Get in there first. £9.95, never been that low before. Low of stock though. And do you know what? We were talking earlier, I was talking to Sheila and her lovely ladies in the workshop. They're doing some lovely bridal woven pieces today. Pearl and quartz are kind of your go-to basis, aren't they? They're a given for bridal jewellery. Should we do these now, Kirst? Fab. Let me bring you this now. This is a seriously lengthy strand, 28 centimetre strand is this, which is a lengthy strand for when we have these high quality. A lot of the time they're highlighted sometimes with your tassels, and it's really clear. We're looking for, of course it's clear quartz, so the main thing we're looking for is clarity, and these are completely eye clear. That means that when they're at an arm stretch, I can see zero inclusions whatsoever. And when I lift these up to the light and do my eyeball check, wow, wow, they are seamless. These are stunning. How many have I got? Okay, you need to get in right now on the phone. This is a stunning strand. It's exceptional. It's high-end clear quartz. Let's not mess about. I'm bringing your price in right now. £4.45. Every single penny that we have taken off on that. Oh, just bought 4. Doesn't surprise me at all. Got people multi-buying these 4 at a time. It's your go-to strand. I always think of it as the chameleon of all the gemstones, because no matter what you match with this, it takes the colour on. So let's use our Saphirite garnet behind it, shall we? When you're having a little look, the clear quartz is taking on this beautiful green tone, isn't it? And say you pair it with something else. What about my beer quartz? Even though this is quartz, so it's got clarity to it, takes the colour. What about a bit of ametrine as well? Purples and the citrine colours. Oh my goodness, I'm going to have to move on because I'm really low in stock on this now. I don't want to, I want to stay with this because I really like this strand. £4.45. I've got to go. Not a lot left at all. Whoa! I didn't actually realise what this was, you know, when I looked at it earlier. Rounds of iolite. This is beautiful. Round iolite here for you today. 50 carats worth of these 5mm rounds. Stunning clarity to these in a beautiful rich blue tone. If you're a fan of your blue gemstones, then this is a fab one to work with if you haven't worked with it before, because there is different rich tones through there, but you also have the clarity. So again, a little bit like the quartz, it kind of takes on pieces from other colours sort of in that way, which means that it's really workable, really usable. 5mm rounds as well are absolutely wonderful, aren't they? Imagine these, yeah, clustered up into a ring, like an overlapping, intertwining, maybe even taking Teresa's interwoven idea to do some sort of beautiful braided piece with these interspersed. Should we take a look at your price? Let's do this. £6.95. That is a fantastic opportunity for you to try it out, because when we have iolite, a lot of the time we'll have it in many other shapes. I don't think I've seen it in an iolite round. We usually have like the slabs and the nuggets, we have quite a lot, and the long drops we have quite a lot as well, don't we? But to have it in rounds means that if you perhaps want to try something out, but you want to try out in a shape that you're comfortable with, then this is your chance to do it. £6.95 for you today. 50 carats worth of this. If you haven't tried iolite, this is your chance. And if you want to get your hands on an absolutely exceptional, natural, one location gemstone, now's your time. Star by. Honestly, we've been so excited looking at this upstairs that we had to run down to actually have a look at it. Normally we'll look at it on the computer screen when we're having our pre-production, and then later we'll come down. We saw it and instantly downstairs was like a stampede. We all ran down to have a look at it. This is a one location gemstone that is completely natural. Now I'm going to tell you something totally honest. I've never seen completely natural gemstone of this quality before. I've seen the faux versions which have been heated to create the look, but I've never seen it completely natural. And honestly, I feel really privileged because this is a stunning example. It's one location, it's a half and half. It's your amethyst and ametrine strand. Isn't it beautiful? Now, when we talk about ametrine, I just want to let you know what ametrine is, because I've got to admit, it's one of those gemstones, like I say, I've never seen a natural ametrine in the flesh. I've seen pictures online, but I've never seen it in the flesh until today. It's really rare. So if I talk you through very briefly what the creation is. So, ametrine is a mixture, in a sense, of two gemstones. So amethyst, which is of course is your purple quartz, it's the one that we all know, we all recognise. When amethyst is heated up, it turns into citrine, which is the yellow bursty quartz that you see. Now, that can be heat treated. They say citrine, around 95% of citrine in the world is actually amethyst that's been heated. So already citrine is very rare. Natural citrine is very rare. Ametrine is when in one gemstone, in one area, you will have part amethyst, purple, and part citrine, citrus yellow. And that is where Mother Nature has naturally heated it to that point. Now, it's literally so hard to even recreate in a faux manner through heat treatment ametrine, because the heat travels so quickly through the gemstone that one moment you've got amethyst, the next moment you've got complete citrine. It's so hard to do even in a laboratory, even in a specifically made area for heat treatment with people who are so skilled in heat treating and have trained for years and years. Take that into account when you bear in mind that this is heated by Mother Nature. It's a phenomenon. It's something that is so rare that the amount, and because it's from one location, the amount of precise, basically natural chemicals and heat. Think about one location, one space, that you can actually get the perfect heat for it to be purple, and then a millimetre later, a perfect temperature for it to be citrine. It's a stunning strand as well, because it's amethyst and ametrine. Reason being, some of these pieces may well be just amethyst. Now, of course, everyone's strand is going to be different. And what I will say is we have a warehouse, and what they do is they pick out a strand for us to show. However, they don't look in the box and just necessarily go for the best one, go for the best example. So you may well get as much ametrine, if not more, maybe, on your strand. Should we have a little count up? Be completely straight and out there and honest with you. On mine, how many are ametrine and how many are amethyst, okay? So, let's start at this then, shall we? This, you've got purple down here, yellow up here, that is ametrine. On this one, purple over this side, citrine up here. Can you see it better behind my finger? This one is an ametrine. This one, I wonder if I put black behind it, will that help? Not really. I think you're going to have to trust me on this, guys. You've got in here, this one's an amethyst, completely purple. This one also is a complete amethyst. So right now, 2 ametrine, 2 amethyst. This one is completely ametrine, totally. There's purple amethyst where my finger's running now, and then bursts of citrine colour here, ametrine. This is definitely an ametrine. I'm sure even you can pick that up. Can you see? This section here, that's ametrine. This one's definitely an ametrine, massively so. Can you see? It's almost a half and half split, this one, which is extremely rare. This is definitely a massive ametrine as well. You can see the colour grade in here. This is another ametrine, definitely. Huge amount of citrine in here. Another ametrine, just a jet of it, the citrine across the top, but definitely an ametrine. And finally, another ametrine, perfect mix of the two here. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 ametrine, 2 amethyst in one strand. That is exceptional, 180 carats worth. I cannot encourage you enough to get on the phone for this, because I've got people waiting on the lines right here, right now. And I know what you're all waiting for. Should I bring you the price? Be honest, how much would you expect this to be? Because what I would say is, don't just think, oh, they do great prices, so it's going to be this low. Be completely honest and genuine with yourself. Would you be happy to pay £29.95 for this? If you would, stay exactly where you are on the phone lines. Get yourself on the phone lines right now. It's one location. It's one of the rarest phenomena. I am so excited to be able to bring you this, because I've never even seen it in the flesh before, and a lot of people in the studio hadn't either. This is yours, 20 centimetre strand, 180 carats worth today for just £14.95. There is a huge amount of people who have just gone on the phone for this, an absolute whopping amount. Anari is the only location you can naturally get this from, and it's in Brazil. It's in eastern Bolivia. It's the one location you can find this in, because it's a natural thing, because it's Mother Nature heating one part of her earth, one part of her surface to one temperature, and then a millimetre below to another temperature, and then you're getting these mixture in tones. It's that one location this has ever been found, and that's exactly where this strand is found. It's not been heat treated at all, not even slightly. This is all completely natural. It's Mother Nature's work. It is one of the rarest gemstone phenomena in the world, and it's yours today for an absolutely stunning price, £14.95. And it's worth mentioning the size of these as well. 25 by 20 mil on some of them. This one's an ametrine. This is around 25 by 20 mil. Look at the size of that compared to my finger. That is a ring. Because it is so rare as well, and because it is just that one location, and because it is such a random, almost magical phenomenon, the pieces that we can get from the ground, generally in that one location that has flecks of citrine and amethyst running through, they're so rare and so small. We have had in the past, I know we've had them in the past, I didn't see them, I didn't work with them, but little chips and nuggety, really small pieces of it. To get pieces of this size with a beautiful blend of citrine and amethyst is something really special. Please don't miss out on this right now. I've got so many people on the phone. Lorraine's on, and you're on as well. 180 carats worth here today. Huge size for you. Carmel, Sue, Jenny's getting some, Grace, you're getting some as well, and Stella, £14.95. You're not going to get ametrine of this size at this price anywhere else. Completely natural? No. It is here for you today for the taking. £14.95. Get your hands on this. If you're happy with that star buy, you're going to be happy with my next one too. What I will say is we are on seriously limited stock now. Not many left at all, a couple of handfuls. It can be yours if you check out and if you ring right now. £14.95 for you. Where are we heading to, Kirst? Ooh, no, that's the wrong number. Oh yeah. I love this cut, you know, on this shape. This is your faceted prisms. I adore that we have really unusual cuts. This is your smoky quartz in these beautiful prisms. Now if I show you the prism shape, just in case you're unaware of it, you haven't seen it before. They're 3D, so if you have a look at the base, you'll see the base is triangular and then each side is triangular. They are 3D, they're not flattened, they're not puffy, they are quite chunky and sizable. And each of these is faceted so stunningly. Now, it's an 18 centimetre strand and it's 70 carats worth we have on this. With smoky quartz, you get a mixture in depth of the smokiness, and it's quite nice actually that you have that on this strand, because I have to admit all of the strands that I brought you recently, they've had a very similar and very uniform smoke across them, which is lovely, it's nice. But what's great with these, because the shape is so dynamic, you'd probably only want to use 3, 4, maybe even 5 on one piece. So isn't it lovely that you've got a graduation of colour throughout this strand? Can you see you've got one here, really delicate, haven't you? And then come across to this one, and this one's much deeper smoke. Your centre one here almost looks pitch to you, it's so smoky. It's lovely you've got a mixture of tones in here. Shall we bring in your price for this exquisite strand? 18 centimetres for £9.95. That's all you're going to be paying with it for this today. What a stunning addition to make to your jewellery making. If perhaps you're not used to working with this shape and maybe you're a little bit worried about it, just treat it as you would a normal top drill gemstone. Just treat it in the same manner. You don't have to do a lot of work with top drilled. And I've got to admit, do you know what I think, Kirsty? I think we could make ourselves a beautiful Real Housewives ring out of these. Do you watch Real Housewives? Because of the size of them. Could you imagine this as a ring? Wire wrap these, pop it up. Look at that. Oh, wow. Isn't that stunning? And that's just using one. £9.95 is your price on this beautiful strand today. It's luxury for less. And seriously less at that price. Let's squeeze some more in for you. This is a very special gemstone, not only because of its rarity and also because of how much you love it, but also because Kirsty loves it so much, she named her daughter after this. It's, of course, Ruby. Kirsty just said, I like Ametrine actually as well. Maybe that could be your next baby name. Ametrine. Oh, little baby Ametrine. 155 carats worth here of your ruby in these graduated plain medium nuggets. 7 by 9 mil all the way to 17 by 3 mil. Now, what would you think of doing with this strand, Teresa?
Oh. Gaze at it for a long time, probably.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of something that I could put with it that was kind of worth it. But I think it's just got to be there on its own, really. So I'd be wanting to kind of make the most of it. Probably do kind of some wire sort of stuff with framing it, so it isn't kind of wrapped too much. So you still kind of see.
So you want to show it off a little bit, don't you?
Yeah.
What colour would you work with? Colour wire?
I'm very much a silver sort of a girl, but actually I'm thinking gold would look gorgeous with that.
It does, doesn't it? Because you can even see it on the tassel how beautifully that golden colour goes with it, doesn't it? It's exceptional. It almost brings out the richness of it, doesn't it? And almost brings out the berry tone.
Yeah, and I think you'd only need kind of one stone for a piece, really.
Think about at home, please, how much you would sell these two at the end. These two in a drop pair of earrings. How much would you sell a ruby pair? Not the tassels, no, just these two drop. How much would you sell a pair of ruby earrings for with just one each ruby on? On say 925, gold plated. In fact, if you want some gold plating, I've got that coming up for you, a smashing deal later on. How about popping 925 shepherd's hooks and your head pin? How much would you sell them for? £20? £25, £30, pair of genuine ruby earrings, just using two on this entire strand. Bear that in mind when you see this price, please. Current web price, £14.95. It's all right. But we've done quite a few lowest ever prices today, haven't we? And do you know what? It would be rude to stop the trend. Lowest ever price on this strand for you today. It's not £14.95. £12.95 is your price on this today. Lowest ever price on this strand. And why? Because it's last in stock. It's the only reason we're able to do this for you right now. You need to get yourself on the phone line because you can own genuine ruby for £12.95. And think back to those pair of earrings. Even if you're doing it for a friend, you would sell a pair of genuine ruby earrings for a friend. Let's think mates rate, what, £15? That's say just using these two. Look at the amount you're going to have left. 24 centimetre strand. When we first had high grade strands in of high grade well-known gemstones, kind of the big five, they were 18 centimetres. 24 centimetres, and the price hasn't altered that much at all. It's our buying power. It's because we're developing, we're getting bigger, our name's getting known, we're finding the best pieces, we're able to be picky, and we're able to bring you cracking quality. And it's thanks to you guys at home who are buying from us. You know, if you stopped buying, we wouldn't be able to purchase all these lovely gemstones and bring them to you. We wouldn't be able to have the connections we have. It's thanks to you guys at home that we're able to bring you these wonderful strands of wonderful gemstones at truly wonderful prices. $12.95 for genuine ruby, lowest ever price. You need to get your hands on it right now, please. Okay. Sunstone. Take a little look at these for me. Really pretty. A lot of evanescence within these actually, isn't there? So that's a really good sign. So when we talk of that, what we mean is this internal glitter that you can see, completely created by Mother Nature. 90 carats worth of sunstone in these graduated medium nuggets. They're called nuggets, but when you look at them, they actually look like puffy ovals, don't they? They don't look what you'd normally expect from a nugget at all. Much more similarity in shape. Oh my goodness, can we zoom in on these? Can you see that internal glitter? Evanescence on these. That shows you that these are serious high grade of gemstone. 90 carats worth of this for you. Should we take a look at your price? It's one price, £14.95 for you. It's a really high-end strand. Let me just check my words on this carefully before I definitely say it. Yeah, I'm going to say it. Best strand of sunstone I've ever seen. Yep. You heard it here first. £14.95. Get your hands on this, because honestly the internal glitter that I'm seeing is immense. You can see it on these. It's a nice shimmy, can't you? Even you can see it at home. Imagine that, times it by 5, maybe even 10, and that's what I'm getting. Producer Kirsty says she can see it in the gallery. The gallery's a little box that's got a window. We have to keep them locked in a box. How she gets in here. She tries to sue-tash everything. £14.95 for you today. Get it whilst you can, please. I said something a little bit strange before about these, and I didn't think Kirsty was going to play them because of what I said. I picked this strand up. It's my favourite gemstone. I picked it up and I said to Kirsty, do you ever get those gemstones that you just look at them and you really want to give them a good sniff? She just looked at me like, backed away slowly. I don't know what it is. I don't know what that means. But this is a gemstone strand that I want to have a good old smell of. These are your beautiful flyer opal. Maybe it's due to the citrus tones of it. Maybe it's due to this fire colour. Now fire opal is really interesting because it's one of those gemstones which it almost depicts the region in which it's found, if you see what I mean. These are of course found in volcanic areas where extinct volcanoes are, and that's where it's mined a lot of the time. And you can see those hot lava colours running through here, can't you? Now I adore opal. My pamphlet's on its way. I'm going to write you a little pamphlet. 30 carats worth in here. Can I point out a few of my favourites? If we got time, I can do 2. All right. This is your 30 carats. Let's have a little look at this one here. Now, as I spin this, are you getting it as much as I am? Not quite under these lights. I'm getting play of colour. Play of colour. You can see it in the paler ones, this play of colour, this rainbow effect. But also, can I point out this one to you, this red one? Right next to the white. That is really strong depth of tone and colour that you have on here. Get them home, have a good sniff of these, Kirsty says. Should we give you an exceptional price? It's via opal. Opal. Your price on this today, £17.95. Oh no, because I really, really need to get my hands on this now. How many have I got, Kirst? Please say I'm going to have enough left. Not enough for me? We'll see about that. Should I just say don't buy it? So I have some spare. It's honestly, I'm completely and absolutely infatuated with this strand. And also look at the graduation on it. You are going to be really lucky if you manage to get a hold of this, and I'm going to be envious. £17.95 for you, genuine opal today. That is your price on this. How about a really exceptional star buy? Okay, now this gemstone is a beautiful, beautiful gem. It's quite an interesting gemstone within itself. If you're online now, do me a favour, research for me beer quartz, because that's what this gemstone is. Now have a little research, have a little read over. What I would say to you is I did the same this morning. I had a little look. All of the websites and pages that were coming up were talking about how beer quartz is created by heating this coloured quartz. Beer quartz is made by heating this, this and this. Not ours. Our beer quartz is totally natural. But honestly, you do the work for yourself, you have a little look. Can you find any information on natural beer quartz? Because I couldn't this morning. Me and my producer Kirsty were staring. We couldn't see anything because it's so rare and so unusual to get your hands on it. So that's exciting. But the thing, it's the only time I can honestly say I have been enthralled about the cut of a gemstone is this time. This is your concave cut ovals. 60 carats worth of your beer quartz. This is exceptional. Now, don't let the name beer put you off. It's named after the colour. Like smoky quartz, you know, coloured quartz, it's got almost this beer, ale, cognac tone to it, doesn't it? Now, the cut itself, let's have a look. I want you to get a really good look at the shape of this. So here's your oval shape, and then here's where your faceting kicks in. Keep your eyes on the faceting. Can you see? Now, the idea, if I explain how the concave itself is, well, why concave? Why do it? Well, it's beautiful to look at, but you'll notice then, and you'll trust me, you'll notice it even more when you get it home. Unlike all other cuts, unlike your standard faceting, a concave cut is created specifically to return as much light as possible. What happens is the light enters the gemstone, and because the way the concave faceting ripples in and out and goes over each side, the light is actually trapped inside, and then it bounces from facet to facet. So imagine the facets are like mirrors. You know when you do the experiments at school, don't you, with a prism and you bounce the light back off? That's what's happening inside here. You're like in Indiana Jones when he does the light with the mirror and it bounces off, a bit like that. Really unusual. Can you tell me what you mean by that, Tom, please? Oh, I see. He just wants me to hold them up between my fingers, but I wasn't really sure what that meant. Now, can you see that that's literally slightly moving, but you can see all the facets? Now, the way that this is creative, now we have our lapidris. Now, if you're new to us or you're not sure what lapidris is, very basically, they're very talented, very highly trained gemstone cutters who create all these looks. Now, to be a lapidris, it takes a lot of work and a lot of energy, a lot of training, as you can imagine, because they are, of course, training in this skill, which is a highly expensive skill if you think, because if you're not a good lapidress and you're cutting diamonds every day, well then you're not going to be making much money, are you? It's a lot of the time actually to be a lapidress, it's a lot of the time something that's passed down through the generations. It's something that you almost take on from other family members. So that's the journey of a lapidress, something that often you're almost grown up, almost brought up with. That's a lapidress. These aren't technically cut by lapidress. They are, in the sense that a lapidress will be trained up over the years. However, once you get trained to do this cut, you are called a concave artist. That is your title from that point. After you've done all your lapidress training, you have to then go on to do extra training. It's a special lapidress skill, and once you are a concave artist, not lapidress, concave artist, that is only the cut you are allowed to do. You are such a specialist in that area, you then can no longer go back to cutting your usual gemstones. In any one location, any one warehouse, any one studio, if you imagine all your lapidress, so how many lapidress would you have in one area? Say, well, between 50 and 100 lapidress in one company, say. When we look around for lapidress that even do a concave cut, a lot of them will have 2, maybe 3 concave cutting artists out of 50 to 100. That's it. That's how specialist this is. And as a result, it's a very expensive cut. Not only is it expensive due to the amount of training and work, the actual specialism of it, but also the way in which it's worked takes so much time. Very basically what they do is they get the oval shape. They put it, imagine a lathe, you know, a lathe that you might turn wood with. Imagine that. They put it on that, these oval shapes, and then they cut almost in an undulating fashion over the surface and the sides of the gemstone, which is why you get this flattened oval section in the centre, and then this beautiful, so that's the faceted area that's very thin, very delicate, but then you see the undulation coming around. Kirsty, did you miss that? I've got to show you that again. Look at the light, how the light works within this. Look, look. I am so glad you're getting this across on screen, because I've got to admit I was worried that you wouldn't be as captivated as I am, but you definitely are, because there's people waiting on the phones. I'm going to have to get your price out. Honestly, I could go on for at least another 20 minutes about how enthused I am by this gemstone and this cut, but I haven't got the time. I've got to get your price in. Here it is. £29.95. This is your opportunity to get hold of this unusual gemstone, which, let's remember, is totally natural, again, totally natural, that has been created by no longer a lapidress, but an actual artist. A concave artist created this beautiful strand. This is your opportunity to get this. So get it home, add it to your design, because we don't have it in often at all. Because of the amount of work that goes into it, and I'll be honest with you, the amount of money that it goes into making each of these beautiful pieces, but they can be yours today at a stunning price, $29.95. Stay where you are on the phone lines in this break, because it's well worth it. Get it whilst you can. After the break, we're back over to Teresa for more designer inspirations. I will see you after this short break.
Amethyst is a gem which you can get in so many different colours, so many different shades, so many different clarities, and at JewelleryMaker we're lucky enough to have pretty much every single imaginable example of amethyst, whether it's natural Coloma Mine Zambian amethyst or whether it's going to be really highly prized lavender amethyst. And it's a gemstone which people have heard of. It's a household name. It's a gemstone with so much heritage, and it's worn by people of all ages, from all classes of society, and it's a fantastic gem to own.
Thread your crimp bead onto your wire. Then take your clasp and thread the wire through the loop which is attached to the base of the clasp. Next, take the end of the wire back through the crimp bead. Pull the end of the wire all the way through the crimp until it meets with the clasp. Make sure you leave a small amount of room between the crimp and the clasp to give you some flexibility. Using your flat nose or crimping pliers, press down firmly on the crimp bead. Using wire cutters, snip off any excess wire, and then your clasp will be ready for you to start beading. Once you have finished your beading, you will need to repeat the process at the other end of the wire, but this time add a crimp bead and a jump ring onto the wire. Take the thread back through the crimp bead and press down with your flat nose pliers. Then you will have a complete clasp.
I think labradorite, when you think about it, is as beautiful as a diamond because it gives you, for me, more amazement than a diamond. You look at it and it does something really unexpected, like a lightning bolt.
Labradorite is one of those gemstones from JewelleryMaker that is always going to be a top seller. The labradorite that you get from JewelleryMaker has got extreme amounts of labradorescence. The colour saturation is just superb, and that's really indicative of the quality that we can get for you here at JewelleryMaker. It seems to reflect your moods as well. Whatever kind of mood you're in, whatever you put it with, it seems to bring out those gorgeous colours, so it really is a true chameleon gemstone.
Welcome back to Designer Inspiration. Thank you very much for joining me this afternoon. Now we are going to be heading over to Teresa in a moment. Teresa, can you give us a little bit of a summarisation of what you are going to be working towards today?
This project's probably kind of wire weaving madness.
I love the sound of that.
Yes, I think I started off, I thought I'll keep it quite simple. I'm wrapping a cabochon essentially, and it just sort of grew from there, so yeah.
Fab. Well, we can look forward to that because the technique itself, it looks really beautiful and eye-catching yet understated, I think would be safe to say, isn't it?
Okay, if you say so, yeah.
What would you describe it as?
It is one of the larger pieces that I've done,
yeah.
So it is kind of evening wear, I suppose I'd say.
Definitely, yeah, definitely. It's eye-catching, but it's not too. It's not quass in a sense, is it?
No. I mean the piece itself is quite large, but I think the colours make it sort of a bit more subtle.
Definitely agree with that. Now we are going to be having a little look at how exactly we've made that, but of course I'm going to squeeze you in a star buy in this hour too, so stay exactly where you are. Which one are we going to do in this hour? It's going to be a surprise, says Kirsty. So I want to give you an opportunity to own the kit that we are going to be working with today. So you've got a hefty amount of wire in this. This is great to start your stock up, or maybe you haven't touched jewellery making before. This is going to be your time to get your hands on this because you've got so much here to make this on so many more. 200 meters worth of wire in total. You've got your copper colored This one here is your 0.8. So 0.8 is kind of a mid-range wire in a sense. It's malleable, as you can see, just movable with my hands, but it's also kind of got quite a bit of strength to it. If you're interested in making wire work rings, this is definitely a go-to. You've also got here, no way, 0.4. No, I did not know this. 0.4, it's back, ladies and gentlemen. 0.4, long lost friend, how have you been? Been on holiday. 0.4, we haven't had any in for weeks. Oh, silver and gold are still off on their holidays, but we've got the copper for you here today, and not only that, got 100 meters of it for you. However, it's the only chance you can purchase it right here, right now, for 0.4 mil. Because we haven't got any more coming up on the show separately. So if you want it today, you're gonna have to get your hands on it right now. 0.4 mil. Oh, so nice to have you back. As well as that, we're also going to be bringing to you your beautiful cab. Take a look at this for me. So this is what we're going to be looking at, how to wrap this. 60 carats of your green aventurine in this puffy coin, and this is 35 mil. Great size for wire work, because you could do a good weave around it, but you're not going to actually lose too much of the gemstone because it's so sizable. So you have this. You've also got in here 2 more strands. You have, I love this star cut, these are so stunning. Star cut clear quartz, and you've got your amethyst in the puffy ovals as well. What a lovely colour combination this is with the wire as well. So you've got 130 carats worth of your clear quartz in these faceted star cuts, 7 mil, and of the amethyst, 100 carats of these ovals, and these are 10 by 8 mil. The star cut themselves, if I'll just show you it, can you see how you've got these little juts just giving you a little bit of extra texture there? Beautiful clarity on these also. So let's reiterate. You've got your clear quartz in the star cut, your puffy ovals in the amethyst. You've got your 35 mil cab, 200 meters of wire. Our good old trusty friend 0.4 is back. 100 meters of that, and 8 mil also. Let's take a look at your web price, shall we? £64.75 is your current web price. This is a serious saving, but sadly it's a limited stock offer. You need to get your hands on this as soon as possible, because this price drop is going to be immense. It's not £64.75 for this, it's just £37.95. That is a seriously low price for you. Bearing in mind 200 meters of wire, a massive cab, and 2 strands. £27 saving on this for you today. That's probably one of the biggest savings I've ever seen on a designer inspiration kit. £27 in saving on this for you today. 200 meters of wire and your 0.4. We've missed you. You're back. Get your hands on it today. It'll wing its way to you in a few days, and you can carry on with your gorgeous 0.4 weaving. £27 saving. Got to be one of the biggest designer inspiration savings I've ever seen. This is a stunning gem selection, loads of wire, great to get you started, and for £27 off, that is a discount code to really enjoy. NBGC37 is your code. Please get your hands on it whilst you can. I've got people on the phone for these already. I can see you all there. Hello everyone. Please get yourself on the phone lines for this, because with £27 saving, it will not stick around for long. So, what made you sort of come up with this look, with this idea, and put this together?
Sorry, I just start choking.
She's so shocked at the price. Look at that. Are you all right? Do you need a water?
Yes, yeah. I'll be right in a minute. Well, it was two things really. One, I've been playing around with some weaves. So there's a couple of weaves in here that I've been playing with, and the other was I really wanted to kind of have a go really at wrapping a cabochon.
Yeah.
So the two are going together. Sorry.
The two go together perfectly. You have a little sip of water. This is the piece that we're going to be having a look at creating today. If you want to have a little coffee, can your mic's out now? You've got this beautiful weaving technique that we will be showing you today, and you'll see the cab there just nestled within. That's the wonderful thing about this gorgeous kit. The cab is so big, around 35 mil this cab. So you're still seeing a lot of the gemstone with this technique, aren't you, Teresa?
Yeah, that was really what I was trying to kind of do, be able to kind of hold it in enough to be secure, but without kind of going right the way over it.
Yeah.
It's just kind of nice, if you've got a gemstone there, it's kind of nice to be able to show it off.
Show it off a little bit, definitely agree with that. So let's start on this beautiful piece, shall we?
See how far my voice goes now, sorry about that. Right, so I've got 3 pieces of the 0.8. They're around about 40 centimetres.
Okay.
I just tend to make a decent length, so I've got enough to
Too
work
much
with.
and too less is better.
One we don't need to start with, so I'll just put that aside for a minute. And then what we're going to actually do is start at the bottom of the cabochon. And the other thing I was kind of thinking about was, whilst it was a round cabochon, I wanted a kind of a sort of a marquee shape to kind of come out of it, I suppose, or at least sort of a point at the bottom.
That's a lovely idea.
So I thought, right, we'll do that with wire then. So 2 pieces that I've got, we just kind of curved them sort of nicely along the direction they want to kind of curve, and around about the midpoint. Just going to take in the flat nose pliers, night nose pliers, and make a little corner there to make the point.
Yeah.
And then to start the sort of the wrapping at the bottom, you only need a little bit of wire, probably about 50 centimetres.
And this is your 0.4.
This is the 0.4. And on one of these wires, I'm just going to wrap around that point, actually 7 times, in around about the middle of the 0.4 wire, because you're going to use that both sides.
Just pop your hand a little bit further up, thank you.
And once we've got those wraps in, that's when we're going to kind of start doing the weave. Point back, it's quite soft and malleable in the studio. So taking the other 0.8 piece of wire, that's actually going to go on the outside of that point. Going to take the wire this side around and do 2 wraps on that outside wire. And then, once I've got those 2 wraps in, come back and do 2 wraps on the inside. And then, just to make sure I'm kind of holding everything together, I'm going to swap over, because at the moment it's still quite sort of, moving around quite a bit.
I see.
So if you turn it round and do the same the other side, that then just starts it kind of holding together a little bit better. It's a bit more secure, and you're able to kind of concentrate on the wrap rather than trying to kind of hold all the wires together.
I see.
And then what you're wanting to do with that wrap is the same, 2 wraps, cross over to the other wire, 2 wraps, until you've got actually worked out a 7 on the outside wire.
Okay, I see.
So it's just sort of carrying on with that until you've got 7 on the outside wire.
So essentially you're doing a figure of 8, but as you go over the 2 loops, you go over the 2 loops twice, don't you, before you take it back?
Yeah, so you're sort of crossing over, going round, full round 1, and then it's kind of crossing back again. So you've got 2 little kind of, I'm just going to show you that 1, 2, oh, the easier for my finger isn't there, I think, with the copper. So there's 2 wraps for each moving
Each one.
over. Yeah.
So you do that until you've got 7.
Till I've got 7, and that is going to look something like this side here. So it's actually, I think, 6 on the inside, 7 on the outside, because that's where you started from.
I see.
And then I want to put a loop in to attach the arm of the piece later on.
I can see, yeah.
So all I'm going to do with that is take in my round nose pliers.
This is the arm that we'll add on.
Get them in there. Take the round nose pliers in, and then just turn that loop round. The wire's malleable enough to be able to just kind of go around with your fingers as well. It wants to end up back in the direction it started, and that's all you need to do to kind of make the loop. And then you're carrying on with that wrap until you've got 3 more on the outside. That side I've done already. So that's where the just trying to think, what do I need to do? Which stages have I got? So I'll do that one, and then I need to put in the 3rd wire. Just wrap that quickly around. It's a bit secure.
I just want to let you know I have still got a little amount of availability left on this bundle at the moment, but when I see a little, I mean a little. It was a massive saving, one of the biggest ones I've ever done, over £27 off on this bundle. You get the cab, 200 metres of wire, including our long lost friend. He's been on holidays, back with a tan. It's our copper coloured 0.4. And 2 strands, 1 of amethyst and 1 your star cut quartz.
So we've got those wraps both sides now.
Yep.
What we want to do with that, obviously at the moment they're kind of flat that way on. One thing I should just say, in order to kind of fix all of that that loop in place, just go with your nylon jaw or your flat nose pliers and just give it a squidge. It just settles everything down. Then once we've got to that stage, I want to put in the other wire, which is going to go around the cabochon. So it's worth at this point just kind of thinking about where the cabochon's going to be sort of coming in at it. The other thing is, obviously at the moment they're flat, and what we're going to want is them to be sort of side on. So the inside one of these is going to actually be the topmost bit when we're finished.
I see.
We don't need to worry about it too much at the moment because it will kind of mould into that as we go along. But that's where they're going to sort of go.
I see.
Where we're at with the weave is where it's going to touch the cabochon, and this wire that we haven't done anything with at the moment is actually going to be the back and holding it from the back.
Okay.
The easiest thing to do is just to give it a little bit of shape around the cabochon at the moment. Badly done there. And make sure you're kind of just about in the sort of centre of it. And then just start wrapping. If you take that one, assume it's going to be on the bottom. The wire with the loops is going to be in the middle, and then the one without is going to be at the top. So that's the order you want them sort of sitting in, and it's easier at this stage, I'll just move that one out of the way, to hold it from the sort of the free end rather than where the wraps already are. And then all I'm going to do is go around all 3 of those wires, so we can do it to camera, 3 times, just to secure that in and hold it at the back. And do exactly the same with it the other side.
With the 0.4 going around 3 times again.
Yeah, so that one's going to be...
And we want that piece to be quite neat, I presume, because of course it's not just anchoring it on, is it? It's going to be there for good.
Yeah, what you're going to do with it is a little bit small, so I'm just trying to poke it around. There we go. And again, just to kind of flatten it out, keep it kind of neat. Just go in again with the flat nose or the nylon jaws, just to squidge that in place. And that's going to hold that wire. It's gone down a little bit at the moment, but obviously you can kind of pull it still at this stage, just
to line it up a little bit.
To where you want it to be. And again, you can put the cabochon back in. If it's a little bit outside, if it's a little bit kind of under it, it's fine. If it's going around it, it's fine. If it's sort of further out, it's probably a bit too far out.
Okay.
So that's fine at the moment. That's where we want it to be.
Fab.
And then what we need to do is get rid of these tails.
So you're just snipping off the 0.4. I want to let you know, just whilst Teresa's snipping away, I've got such a small amount left of this right now. It's absolutely imperative you get your hands on it at the moment. If you've missed out on 0.4 over the last few weeks, it's back in and it's in this bundle. Copper colour, 100 metres of 0.4 in the copper colour, 100 metres of your 0.8 as well. You've got a 35mm cab of your beautiful green aventurine, and you've got your clear quartz in the faceted star cut and your amethyst in the puffy ovals also. Please get your hands on this whilst you can. Biggest saving I think I've brought to you before. £27 off today, £37.95.
Now, I managed to cross my wires over.
You got cross wires?
There we go. Story of my life, I think, really. So all I'm doing at the moment is just kind of shaping it around the stone, just so I know where they're going, really. You'll probably be bending them in and out of shape as you go along, it doesn't matter. But that's sort of where they're at. And the next thing I want to do is sort out that back wire, so that it's holding the stone at the back. So I turn that over. This is a little bit kind of fiddly to do because the wire still can move around at this point, it's still kind of moving out. But what I want to do, if I kind of hold this side, is to go in with the, figure out where I'm at, go in with the flat nose pliers, the snipe nose pliers, and then just kink that so it's going that way. See if you can hold where it's actually coming to as well, so it's still got that curve.
Yeah.
And then do the same the other side of that one.
I see, so you're literally just kinking it inwardly, so that it kind of can cushion the cab.
Yeah, and just taking the, sorry, just try and find what's it that where my fingers aren't. So all I'm doing is kind of taking it close to those wraps, and then just twisting to get that kink in it. Again, if the bit of wire goes out of shape, this one's still got quite a nice curve on it, you can just reshape it at that point.
I see.
And obviously take your time over it, make it look as neat as you want it to look at the back. And then I want to do that the same again for the other side of the wraps. So just taking it in again. This one you will kind of have to hold where it's coming to, else it'll just ping around. You want the sort of the two corners, the kinking back and forth.
I see.
So it's there, it's not the neatest in the world, but that's where it's sort of gotten to.
I can see, yeah.
So obviously this is the back at the moment, but when you put the cabochon in it, it's not going to kind of fall then.
No.
Then once you've got that done, you can kind of reshape it around. It is sort of obviously moving out a little bit. And then you need the other two loops.
Yep.
Which are going to be on the same wire as the first two.
Okay.
Actually, when I measured it, and I did do quite a bit of measuring of it, it's actually the middle of the loops is about 3 centimetres from each other.
Okay.
I kept kind of measuring it just to make sure
Give
that
you
was
an
kind
idea.
of the right place. And you can keep kind of going, keep looking at it as you go, and get it right. This won't be because obviously I'm just kind of doing it at speed. So I'm just taking that middle wire, putting the bell makers in. Actually, you could use your round nose, and just kind of turning it to get that other loop in, and make sure that the wire is going back the way that it came again. Do that both sides, and then you're kind of almost ready to sort of get everything together at the top.
I can see. So you're just moving those around so that you have the two little loops.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I did worry at one point about whether they would kind of hold, so they're a bit wonky, but you'd take your time and make sure they're measured right. But actually, they do seem to hold quite well, just having the loops without any wrapping needed. And then I want to kind of finish off where that back piece is, so I'm working from the back at the moment.
Yeah.
And those two back wires, we'll just rescue that one from around the others. See if you can kind of make it do a nice sort of shape on the back, and then where it's getting up to the top, you just want to kink them so they're going straight upwards, or you can leave a little bit of a gap so it sort of mirrors where the others are as well.
I see.
So it's sort of doing that basically.
Holding it all into place. That's fab, and actually you can see it beautifully. You don't mind if I show the back of this, do you? Because it's so pretty. This is actually the back of the cab on the finished piece, so you can see. It's actually a lovely, really professional finish on there, but it holds it all into place. Stunning.
I try my best. Yeah, so what we now want to do is get all of the wires kind of heading upwards.
Yeah.
So obviously we've got these two that are now wrapped tightly around the cabochon. The one at the back is doing its thing, and what we need to do is kink all of those wires so they're going upwards. So again, need to take your time to make sure that's kind of central. So that's around about. Oh.
It's all right if your cab comes out, though, isn't it?
Don't worry if the cab comes out. It will do for another little while yet. But if you can just get those, I don't know whether that will be quite right. But what you're trying to do is get them so they're tight around the cabochon and just meeting. They're just kinking ever slightly, but it's
just meeting at the top.
Yeah,
I see.
I'll just see if I can just adjust that one slightly.
Yep.
And then you've got what will eventually kind of encase everything quite nicely.
So we've got the nestling section done now. We're going to start on the weaving in a moment, aren't we?
Yes.
However, not before something very special.
Oh.
What is it?
Would it be a star by?
Star by. Now, opal itself, I don't know if you are aware, but I'm a big fan of opal, to say the least. I absolutely love it. Now, the opal in itself, of course, is very rare. The way that opal, I'll really basically explain to you if you don't know, because it's very interesting. It's one of the reasons I love it. The way opal is formed is it's hydrated silicon dioxide, which is mixed with a water-based substance. And that then goes to this gel-like substance, solution. This then seeps into cracks and crevices, and these cracks and crevices are filled with this gel-like substance which over many, many years solidifies, and that's where you get opal from. Now, opal, of course, for that process to happen and for all of the intricate silicon solution, the hydrated dioxide just to be the right amount, to have that, of course, is a rarity. But this is one of not only the newest discoveries in the opal world, but also one of the most unusual. It is me in a strand. It's pink opal. Brand new to us this year, brand spanking new, and it is stunning. Now, this is 140 carats worth we have on here, and these are your graduated plain slabs. Now, these, the pinkness is actually caused by the way that these are formed. Palygorskite is the mineral in which these are formed, so that's what the rocks and boulders that the silicon-based substance drips into, that's what these are formed in, and that's one of the reasons that you get this pink tone to it. Now, pink opal is In the opal world, bearing in mind, of course, we've had opal around for millennia, realistically, haven't we? We've had opal in the world for millennia. It's been used and worn throughout the ages. But pink is a really new, the newest, one of, I think I'm safe to say the newest actually, discovery in the opal family. We've only had this in literally, what, a month? That's the first time we've had this gemstone in, the pink opal. It's 140 carats worth you have on here. This is absolutely beautiful. It's something, where have my graphics gone? Graphics. What am I gonna do? Oh no, I'm gonna have to take all of these pink opal home. How awful. Oh, I can deal with that. This is your pink opal. We'll get your graphics up in a little bit, but it's absolutely, it's so unusual. In the lifespan, say, of the opal family and opals being worn over time, essentially it's only in the last 10% in a way, even less than that, of its time on Earth that this has been discovered. Now, it's discovered from one location, and that location is Peru. That is the location that we have sourced ours from, and it's actually the location in which it was initially found too. You'll see in pink opal a number of things that we adore about this. Can you see? Oh my goodness, have a look at this strand. Let's have a little pan across of this strand, can we, Director Tom? Look. Oh wow. Now, I know this sounds unusual, but hasn't this almost got a shiller to it? Oh my goodness, look, some of these look like works of art. Now, this has taken so many years for Mother Nature to build up. And what I would say is, think of in your mind right now, a natural gemstone that is pink and opaque. Let's have a little think. How many can we think of that's opaque and pink, that hasn't been treated, colour treated, heat treated, dye treated? Can you think of any? I suppose morganite, but then that can be transparent, can't it? There isn't many, less than a handful that I can think of at the top of my head. So this is really rare, and that is one of the reasons that gem hunters and gem collectors adore this gemstone. One, because it's relatively new within the gemstone world, but also because if you actually think, have a little look in your collection now. If you've got a cupboard, go and open your cupboard now and have a look in there. Have you got any opaque, naturally pale pink gemstones? Have a little look. The answer will be no. Maybe you're looking and you've got some nice fuchsia agate, beautiful, I love fuchsia agate, but that has been treated. Maybe you're having a little look and you're seeing, maybe actually, rubelite, what about that? Same thing. It's a stunning strand and it is graduated, as you can see. Now, this is genuine opal. It is a star buy today. It's going to be a very special price. I can't put the price on it right now. That's my only issue with this. I can't actually put that on at this moment in time. Stay where you are. 0800 644 655. As soon as these graphics come back up, get yourself on the phone or on the net for this, because truly it's something you do not want to miss. And what an interesting shape as well for any gemstone, let alone for genuine opal. It's elongated, it's top drilled, it Do you know sometimes, I don't know if you're like me, I love a rondelle, I really do, but sometimes on a rondelle I feel like a lot of my gemstones actually covered. So if you think of, you know, a rondelle in between say two spaces, you're kind of missing out on some of the gemstone. With this you have two huge surface areas in here, and because of the drop you're going to be able to see the whole of the gemstone. It really is going to be so special. They are really beautiful pale pink tone. Teresa, what do you think of these?
I love opal, so
girl after my own heart.
I think they're great, and I think that shape always kind of works nicely for wire wrapping. Although I think it's one of those stones that you just kind of want a little bit of wire wrapping and a little bit of showing. So I'd probably do quite a bit of sort of something fancy at the top and then leave the rest of the drop to show its splendour, really. To
show itself off, yeah. Because these deserve that, don't they? They really do. You've got in here almost cerise tones actually in some, haven't you? When we're looking down here, doesn't that look like a raspberry ripple? And you've also got really light daisy tones in here too, coming across some of them. It is opal and it is opaque. So you've got the nude opal tones as well in here. Now, don't feel like you have to use all of these together, of course. What about if you just took off these nude tones? That'd be lovely, especially for someone who's maybe doesn't particularly enjoy working with colour or is a bit worried to. Right, I've talked enough, I think. What do you think? I'm sorry, I had to keep talking because the graphics were up, but it's worth it because, as you know, I could write a very long pamphlet about how much I love opal, so I'm happy to do that. Do you want to know the reason they crashed? Honestly, it's the amount of people on the phone. Honestly, a lot of people picked it up at the same time, picked up the phone. It's on now. 140 carats, pink opal. You've seen it. Brand new to us this year. Your price is just £14.95. Can you believe it? Oh, I felt like Victor Meldrew then. Can you believe it? For genuine opal. I'm going to leave that there, you know. There's no need for me to say any more. I'm going back to see Teresa. £14.95. Brand new gemstone. £14.95. Opal. One person's bought 3. Can you pass on their number to me, please? Teresa, we're back. I'm sorry it took me so long. The graphics did go down, so I had to stay there.
No
we're
worries.
Back with you. Let's get back into this. Now, on here, we've already supported the cab. So where do we go from there?
Yeah, we've got a little bit more to do on that, but we need to start the wrap first.
Fab.
So what we've got is all of the wires now are sort of pointing upwards. They should be a little bit neater than that. I've tried to tidy them up a little bit, but they're still a little bit kind of messy. So take your time and make sure they're where you want them to be. So all of those front ones should be kind of meeting kind of nicely. And then just to make sure that they sort of stay put whilst we're doing the work, I'm going to grab all of them together and then take I did actually have about 1.5 metres. Sorry, 1.5 metres? Yes, 1.5 metres. Yeah. My arm span width of the 0.4 wire, and you want to go for, sort of from the middle again. For demonstration purposes, I'm just going to leave a little tail one side. Don't worry about if that. Well, yeah, you might want to try and hold the cab in whilst you're doing it to make sure you've got exactly where it needs to be.
I see.
Doesn't matter too much because you can go in and tighten this back up again in a minute. But just kind of wrap round a few times. So you're going to actually undo that and redo it to make sure it's tighter anyway, so it doesn't matter how many. And until you start doing the weave properly, you're not going to, you can actually move the weave up and down the wires as well.
So then I've got 6 wires, they will be a little bit longer than this one is.
Okay.
And I want to separate them into 3s to go down each side.
Okay.
So I'm going to take the front 2, which is that one and that one, and the next one from my right hand side, which I believe is that one, as the ones that are going to go down the left hand side.
Yeah.
And the others will go down the right. The first 2 I'm actually going to start weaving together. This weave actually only ever weaves 2 and then moves the other one round. So what you need to do on that weave is it's basic kind of three wraps round and then across.
Switch along.
And I want it, these are quite far apart at the moment, but I actually want them together, so it's actually a tight weave. So all you're doing with that is going round 3 times and then swapping over. It's a little bit difficult obviously to show you whilst it's this far up at the top there, so we've got 3 wraps and then we'll cross over to the other one and do 3 wraps
Around that one as well.
and actually what you're best off to do at the moment is just do it a few times. What the weave actually requires is on one of them to count to 7, so as long as it's less than that you don't need to worry too much. Once that's kind of tight, I'd probably do maybe 4 or 5 on each wire, and then you know which one once you've figured out where they're going, you'll know which one you're counting on. But that just kind of tightens all of that up a little bit, and then you can take the piece that you've wrapped, I'll swap over to the other one that I've done.
Whilst you're swapping, opal nearly gone. It's out the door. Honestly, my opal is running away from me. Seriously low in stock. If you haven't got it now, you're gonna miss out if you're not careful. $14.95.
So this one I've wrapped 3 times along a bit. This is the other wire I'm going to be using to go down the left hand side, and then I've got the back wires. This wire is the one I've just kind of wrapped around a few times. So at this point I'd undo it a little bit, tighten it up, make sure that is sitting in nice and tightly, and then start wrapping on the other 3 wires, and probably the 2 that are kind of close. No, actually the 2 that are furthest over on the left, probably the ones I'm going to start.
The ones to start with,
weaving on. So again, it's round 3 times on one, crossover, and 3 times on the other. So there's your 3, and then just crossing over onto this one. Let's do the other 3. Again, take time, make sure it's nice and tight, and just keep going. And then once you've got that sort of started, you can decide, you can decide where you're going with those wires, which one's crossing over what, and the design you want at the top. Now mine actually had the right hand side kind of crossing over the left, so I did the left first.
Yeah.
So for the weave, actually it's probably easier if I show it you flat,
fab.
just to show what the weave actually is.
Just want to let you know the opal has gone off now because we've got so few left and we've got people on the phone. You need to check out your baskets, please, please. $14.95. We've taken them off. If you do pick up the phone now, you might still be lucky, but it's worth a go. It's definitely worth a go. We've brought your beautiful kit back on, which you can have now. £27 saving, 200 metres of wire, a cab and 2 strands, £27 saving. You'll save just $37.95.
So this is the 3 wires, as I've just done it on a piece that isn't attached, just so it can you can see it a little bit better.
Yeah.
And I'm going to work from the back, so you will see exactly what I've seen, kind of weaving it down.
I see.
I've got the 3 wraps alternating along. This bit doesn't count, and I've got 7 on the bottom wire there.
Okay.
And then what I want to do once I've reached that 7 is take that wire that isn't doing anything at the moment, give it a decent angle going across the front of those here, and then angle it back so it's sitting straight underneath the one that you've kind of finished the wrap on.
Okay.
Just check that looks all right to me, so you know where we're going.
So it's
Yeah,
just
like
nice
that.
and smooth.
And then, because you've finished on the bottommost wire, you're then ignoring that top wire. That one's going to be the bare one that wraps over later on, and you're wrapping the same 3, alternating 3 on those 2 wires. So the one that you've just taken across, you start wrapping on, and then alternating back to the middle wire, and that's all you're doing along. Do another set of wraps, so you've got 7 sets of 3 on the bottommost wire, and then you take this one across and start again. So that's the twist wrap. So in terms of on the cabochon, one thing, once you've kind of started the wraps, you've got that nice and tight. What you can do now is just finish off holding the cab in place.
Okay.
And all I've done is the same as the back, just for the top piece. So the uppermost wire at the top of the cabochon, just want to take in my pliers carefully so I'm not getting everything else, and I'm just kinking that in a bit, both sides.
So you're just looping that up.
So that's
aren't you?
just sort of kink that in, and it's fairly secure now.
Yeah.
It's secure at the top. It's not going to go upwards and out.
No.
It can still slide out
At the bottom.
but that's what you're going to kind of
Rectify.
finish doing when you finish the wraps.
Okay.
So on these wraps, obviously these are the 3 that we were talking about coming down this side. I just want to kind of angle it kind of nicely going down. This is your free wire, so you're taking that so as if it's going down the outside, over and then in, and then that's going to start the wraps there. And all you need to do as you go down in some useful kind of places is just anchor it on that frontmost frame wire.
Yeah.
So from here you take it through
Through the one
front.
you kinked up earlier.
Well, no, this is through the frame wire. It's to hold it onto the frame, basically.
Yeah,
so
so that's the one
going.
we've just kinked up,
Yes.
isn't
Oh,
it?
yes,
Yeah.
yes. Sorry, yes.
And do you have to take your time with this because it's 0.4? Is it going to be likely to kink, or is it not too bad?
It isn't too bad. Obviously, you've got a fair sort of size of it,
Yeah.
if you've got the full amount. But you're working from the end, the sort of the bound end of it.
Yes.
This is the only time you're actually threading it through as if you're sewing.
I see.
This is where it sort of might kink, because you can see that's got a decent loop there, but you just need to be careful kind of putting that through.
Okay.
But actually when you're wrapping the wires, you don't need to worry about it because you're working from this end, you're not working from that.
from the other end. Yeah.
But be careful with it,
Take
be
your
aware
time.
of where it is, and take as much time as you need to complete the wrap, really. So that's the basic wrap. This one at the top here, obviously we've got those 2 wires I've started wrapping. I'd wrap a little bit more, and then I'm actually taking that one sort of around and over to make a little bit of a point at the top there. So that's where they're going to go to. And then this spare wire, once it's kind of going over, it'll be sort of crossing and coming down.
Just mimicking the other side in a way,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, but it's just sort of make that as neat. As I say, you can play around with the top piece to see what kind of knot you want to kind of make at the top there.
I see.
And then we get to just do that
Yeah.
a lot down both sides, and that's what you kind of get to.
Yes,
and then all you need to do is actually anchor them in at the bottom. So I was sort of having a bit of a play and thinking about how I might do that. I think it's one of the things for me with wire work. You have a play, and one of your big questions always is, how many ends am I going to be left with, and what do I do with them? So what I wanted to do was cross over the opposite side to the top. So this one's going to be uppermost. So just move that out of the way for a minute. And then just in order to kind of tie it in a little bit, wherever I want that to be, and I want it actually quite high up so it's hugging the stone. You've got this point here anyway, so you don't need to worry about that sort of looking nice. The 3 wires I've got flat now as well.
Yeah.
And then wherever is convenient, where the point, the end of the point 4, last bit of the point 4 is, I'm just going to poke through that original wrapping. And if
Just where there's a bit of a space.
Yeah, and if it won't go through, you can use your awl just to make a little space for it.
Okay.
And then that's back where I want it once it's not round the wires. And that's on the back, and I'm going to use that to do a little bit of extra anchoring as well.
Okay.
And then what I did with each of the wires that we've got is basically just bend them round to the back. So keep, you know, a fair bit of tension on it, and take them where you want them to go. That's kind of fallen down a little bit, so just hoik it back up a bit. Take them where you want to go onto the back there. And then what I did, turning it over, is just weave around each of these wires once again, just going under one, under the first one, over that one, under that one and the second one, and then back over. So it's kind of a back stitch basically, and then under that and the last one, and then over that again, and then just find a nice way of kind of finishing that off tidily.
Yes.
Sit that somewhere
it sits
tidy,
nicely.
and then you can chop that one off. And that's just helping them sit in place really. And then the last little bit, I just kind of chopped off most of the tails, and then taking my round nose pliers, just kinked each one in before cutting off the rest of the excess. Oh, it's just not wanting to go. There we go. And obviously at this point it gets a little bit fiddly just to get in there, just to cut the excess off.
But you just snip those off.
Just snip those
Lovely.
off. And if they're still sort of sitting up a little bit, obviously you can go in again with your nylon jaw and just give them a squidge. They've just quite pulled out a little bit because they were a bit far down. And then all you need to do is the same with that side, so that's kind of around the back as well. And that's the cabochon bit finished.
Easy peasy. Just take your time with it, that's the tip, isn't it, realistically? And then can you talk us through how we're doing this next section? So we created the loops, and then how we created these beautiful bits.
Yes, I can. We've got...
So these are the loops that we created earlier. There's top one here and your lower one, and these are how we're attaching them to this section.
I'm just getting a little bit of the...
so you're using again both the 0.8 as the structure and the 0.4 as the weave on this, aren't we?
I've just taken a little bit there for demonstration, but again I think it was about 1.5 meters I used. And I did start from one end, so I left a little bit of a tail but was working with all of it then rather than starting from the middle. So I've got 5 pieces of the 0.8.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to start with one. I'm probably going to kind of unwrap the first little bit and redo that as an end.
Okay.
So this just holds it, just a couple of wraps just to hold it in place. And then I'll start the actual kind of wrapping. So if I take another one in, I'm going to kind of go downwards on the V shape here. So I'm going over 2, under 1, back under 1, and then I'm going to put my next one in. Then over that one and the previous one, and behind the new one, through again, and just keep doing that until you've got them all added in.
So you just do a loop around one, add another one in, loop around another, add one in.
Over 2 and under 1. going backwards. And then obviously at the bottom you've only got one to go round. Now, and you want to go back up again. Now what I wanted to do with this wrap was have it the same, going back up as I'd got on each side.
Yeah, I know.
So I've got to reverse it at some point. But what I wanted to do was have, on the point I've got one piece going over 2, one piece going over 1. This is then going to go back through to wrap over the bottom 2. If I figure out where they are, I do usually bend these so it's a bit more easy to see. I'm still going in that direction at the moment, so I'm still going over and downwards. So this is the point at which I start reversing the direction. I'm just going to go through behind the bottom 1 and then start going up. So it's over 2 once again.
So before that, to create the point of it, we go over the bottom 2 wires, and then you sneak the wire behind the bottom 1 to go back up, which is why you get this zigzag effect, isn't it?
Yeah, and obviously once you get to the top you do exactly the same thing again. So here I'm over 2 and then going through to go over 1.
That's going over the top 1. Now it's
then
gone
through,
over top
over 2,
2.
and then sneak it through between the top 1 and the next one.
Sneaky.
Oh,
No,
or not.
just the top 1 you sneak behind, don't you?
Get through the top 1.
That's it.
And then
Good
back
technique.
over 2. And then back, you know, carrying on back down.
Yeah.
And what you will find is it does sort of bunch up. So every so often, just to tighten it all up and neaten it, squidge with the
Give
pliers.
it a little squidge. So it's this section here that we're creating at this point. This beautiful zigzag weave on here. And does it build up relatively quickly, or?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've been taking my time with that, and I'm already down, you know, going down the second sort of zigzag.
Yes.
So then probably the only other bit to really sort of talk about is the end bit. Well, no, there's a couple of bits I could talk about. Talk about the end piece, and all I wanted to do, I wanted a loop there. So I took the middle wire whilst I was going back in with my my bow making pliers to make a loop at the back there.
Yeah.
Just take that round so it's going back in the same direction again. Don't worry about it too much at the moment because we can neaten it up later.
Okay.
And then we want to make that V-shape piece at the centre of these pieces. So just go in somewhere useful with your flat nose pliers and bend those around so that they're coming down. And it is actually following that line of weaving. And then once we've got that kind of curve, then we can go in and neaten up that loop. So we've got that loop there. And obviously what you're then doing, because what you've got here, this is the front of this weave. If we carried on with exactly the same weave, we'd have the back obviously coming around here. So you're just saying, okay, now I'm on the front. You start as if this is the front, not the back, and carry on.
And carry it on.
I did a couple of the zigzags, and then just in order to get the gemstones on, I think I did sort of 3 points and back up into the centre, popped a gemstone on.
So that's just onto your threading wire, onto the 0.4.
Just onto the 0.4, through the opposite point, and again you might need your awl just to get through, just to make a little space to be able to pop that through. There. And then the slightly fiddly bit is just to thread that back through the gemstone from the other side.
And even with the 0.4, it goes through both of these gemstones twice, I presume.
Oh yeah, easily.
Plenty of space in there.
I mean, I think both of the gemstones actually took 0.8 wire quite easily, so two lots of 0.4 was no problem.
Fab.
Having said that, I can't quite get it through. But yeah, so
you
all you're
thread it
doing
back
is threading
through
it back through and then carrying on with the weave.
continuing the
Yeah,
whole
until you get
thing.
to the next lot and just pop those in. Yeah.
Teresa, it is a gorgeous design. It's absolutely beautiful, and I think it's very wearable as well, isn't it? It really is beautiful and smooth at the back. Thank you so much for showing us that. I'm going to be back over with Teresa in approximately 45 minutes, no pressure, to have a little look at her challenge. However, before that, I have got one-stop shop for you. We are going to be slashing prices all over the place, so join me after the break for more star buys and more treats in our one-stop shop.
Come and join guest designer Laura Binding on our intermediate wirework course. The aim of the course is to enhance your wirework skills and take your designs to the next level. You will learn more advanced weaving and binding techniques which you can incorporate into your jewellery. The full course includes a selection of gauges of wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, a copy of the Wirework Tutorial DVD Edition 3, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just £79.95. To book your place, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you.
JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
We all know that you need the right tools for the job. So here at JewelleryMaker, we have developed our very own tool set just for you. In this larger set, we have provided more tools to help you develop your jewellery making skills even further. The kit includes wire cutters, a bead reamer with replacement tips, an awl, tweezers with a scoop, a sliding gauge, a snip, and all the essential pliers you will need. All of this is yours for just £15.95, neatly presented in a carrying case with an embossed JewelleryMaker logo. Stay tuned for more advice, tutorials and demonstrations of jewellery making. We provide the tools, you provide the skill.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with JewelleryMaker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our JewelleryMaker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
Why have you just got hiccups? just before the break, I just did a little whoop, whoop in the corner. Flowman just got the hiccups. Probably because he's so frightened by how cheap we're going on this 5-bag bundle. It's your one-stop shop. My name is Becky. We're heading over to Teresa shortly for a challenge. How's it going?
Oh, all right.
Not giving too much away. I like that. We're going to kick off the one-stop shop with something that everyone needs. It's serious luxury. If you're a jewellery maker and you need the mechanical aspect, you need these. If you've got high-end gemstones such as that stunning pink opal that I had on before and that beautiful ruby, maybe you're going to get the sapphirite garnet as well. You need luxury to mix with that. If you also need a ridiculously good saving, that was honestly so good the first time we did it a month or so ago that we got told specifically we weren't allowed to do it again, but we've brought it back for you for today only. Now, it's been on the morning show. I'm bringing it back to you now, just in case you missed it, because, or if you want to add more, if you think, actually, do you know what? Yeah, they've been told they're not allowed to do this again, so they actually I might not see this again. I'm just going to get myself some more. This is your chance. It's only one post in packaging. It's your 925 rose gold findings packs. You're going to get a length of your heart chain. You're going to be getting one of your 12mm toggle clasps. You're also going to be getting 15 of your 40mm head pins with the 2mm ball. You're going to be getting 10 of your rose gold crimp beads in the 2mm and 10 of your crimp bead covers in the 4.3mm. You get 2 pairs of the rose gold plated sterling silver shepherd's hook, so 4 of those in total. And you get a beautiful lobster claw clasp as well, with 3 of your jump rings. So, it's 925 sterling silver. Individually, these packs are going to be coming out at less than £10 each. This is a serious deal. This truly is an exceptional deal. Now think of this, it's rose gold, it's 925 sterling silver, the highest grade we can bring to you. We've also done, with the 925, the highest grade we can possibly bring to you for mechanisms. Britannia silver's far too malleable, far too soft, we can't use it for this sort of thing. For the highest grade we can give you, that is then coated or plated in 7 carat rose gold. This is double luxury. You've got realistically all of your essentials in this pack, haven't you? And because it's 925, it's the finishing touch. This is the type of thing that when people see it on your stand, they're gonna know that you know what you're working with. If they saw, realistically, a ruby encrusted necklace that was perhaps just on beading thread, you might start questioning exactly how well that ruby's been treated, how high a grade that ruby is, wouldn't you? But if you see a ruby necklace on a heart-shaped 925 gold-plated chain with a lobster claw clasp at the back, instantly you know that we mean business, we mean quality. People are going to be over to your stall. Have you ever had a piece of jewellery on your stand, or maybe a selection of gemstones that you absolutely love, and you know how impressive they are, but no one else recognises them? For example, maybe iolite. Iolite's a high name, but not everybody knows it, do they? Everyone knows the name 925 sterling silver. If you have that sign up on your stall, people are going to be drawn in instantly. You've got all of these goodies in that pack. This is super luxurious. You're getting 5 of these packs. So all of this times it by 5, exactly like that. 215 of these luxurious findings in total. Let's get your price in. Shall we? Each one originally, normally, is £14.95 for every single one. The total price on that should be £74.75. You're going to be paying nowhere near that today. Honestly, nowhere near that. £74. Bear that in mind when you see the price we're actually going to do. £45. That is all you're paying for this. This is just under £30 off. That's working out around £9 a bag. 215, exactly £9 a pack, in fact. 5 of these £45, £9 per bag, not the £14.95 you're meant to be spending, just £9 for you today. We're not even meant to be selling these separately because we normally do these in kits, don't we? It's your last chance to do this though. The reason being, because we've got the new findings pack in, we're moving into that direction and looking into those areas. So it could be your last chance to get your hands on this, definitely this deal, because last time we did this, we got told we weren't allowed to do it anymore. It was too low. But we had that many people getting in touch and upset because they'd missed it and got their hands on it, that we were told for 24 hours only we could do it again. And that's exactly what we're doing today. It's your chance to get them whilst you can. £45 is all you're paying, 5 bags of these, 215 findings. It's £9.25. It's rose gold, a colour that everyone adores. It's used by all the high ends. Think Bulgari, think of Chanel actually is working with it a lot. I saw a strand of Chanel pearls actually stranded on some beautiful 925 as well. £45 on this. Trust me on this one. Please, even if you're thinking right now, £45, let's be honest, it's a lot of money to fork out in one go. I'll be straight with you. I completely understand why you might be sat at home thinking £45, that is quite a lot. But you need to do it now, because think, over the next, let's say, 5 months, maybe you treat yourself to a 925 finding pack once a month as a treat just for your high-end things. Over 5 months, you'll be paying over £74 if you bought one a month for the next 5 months. You can get all your needs for the next 5 months in one day, in one purchase for one price. £45 is a £30 saving you're making today. Essentially, don't forget you get the organza bags with them as well, which are lovely little gifts. Essentially, you're buying these 3 and you're getting these 2 for free. Buy these, get these 2 for free. That's essentially the way you've got to think about it. They're not £14.95 today, they're £9 today for you. £45. You might be sat at home thinking that is a lot of money to fork out in one go. Trust me, honestly, we have been given a serious, yes, okay, people have got in touch, they do want it back, but this is it. People of management have been saying, let them know at home that this is it now. Once it's done, it's done. Let it be known. Yes, okay, we have listened to their feedback, but genuinely, the price discount is so low that we can't do it again after today. £45, it's your last chance to get them at £9 a bag. Let's head into our one-stop shop, shall we? Please get those right now. I cannot encourage you enough. Where are we heading into? How pretty is this green banded agate? Hey, did you get that turquoise before? That completely natural, totally natural turquoise. Wouldn't that go beautifully with this? This is your green banded agate. The reason agate is absolutely adored and loved is because these beautiful areas of strong, strengthy banding colours, but also you get these areas of beautiful transparency. Almost imagine yourself sitting in the Maldives with your feet in the sea. It's that kind of tone running through these. 160 carats worth here, and you've got your 12mm puffy coins. It's a lengthy strand, it's knotted in between, meaning that if you see one you like, you don't have to unstrand them all, just go to the one you want and the rest will stay where they are. This is going to be a fast moving piece now. You need to get yourself on the phone. One stop shop, last in stock. Let's have a look at your price. £7.95. It's a whacking length. You have got beautiful, rich tones in here. Really gorgeous, strong. It's a beautiful strand, and that is a stunning price, ladies and gentlemen. £7.95, 12mm puffy coins. If you've only been working with rounds so far and you want to diversify out into another area, go for these puffy coins. It will bring another aspect to your designs, but it's really workable. Don't forget, if you are new with us today, just get in touch, call the call centre or go online, JewelleryMaker.com, and they will be able to, you'll be able to set yourself up. And also, if you are new, you get a starter DVD and a little booklet with step-by-steps, completely free, no charge. Get your hands on this today and start off your jewellery making journey. £7.95. Where am I heading to, Kirs? Okay. Oh, this is pretty. Do you know, hey, hang on, I have not seen anything like this before. Do you know what this reminds me of? A really, I don't know, kind of, I don't know how to describe it, almost Turkish delights. If you imagine, just take a look. It's beautiful, almost sari silk tones, but with this gorgeous multicolour coating. So this is your multicoloured poppy agate. So you know it's the poppy because it's got these little areas of strong tone. But then it's got this metallic coating over the surface. I've not seen anything like this before. These are new to us this year with this metallic coating on them. You've got 180 carats worth here. Imagine these mixed in with sari silk. Imagine these as a ring. Oh my days. Pair of earrings. Matching these with gold. Can't miss that opportunity. 16 by 12 mil rectangles here. Should we have a look at your price? £8.95. Wow. Wow. I've never seen anything like this before at all. We've had multicoloured poppy agate in before, but I've personally not seen it with this coating before. It's really new. Stop it, Kirst. Is that true? Kirsty's just gone, oh? I've not seen it either. Let me just have a little look. Oh yeah, it's a brand new strand. It's a brand new strand? No wonder I've not seen it before. Brand new strand for you, and it's in our one-stop shop at £8.95. Be the first of your friends to own this. Be the first to get your hands on it. Take it to your beading group. Let people fall in love with this. Have this on your stand. First time people are going to see it and really enjoy this. Be the first to own it right here, right now. It's your exclusive introductory offer. £8.95. Brand spanking new strand for you today. I am completely in love with this. £8.95. If you perhaps have got agate in the past, you've got stacks of it, in fact, you've got boxes full of agate, but you want to work with it still, but with a little bit of a different flair, then this is totally the strand for you. Brand spanking new today, £8.95. Be the first to own this because it's stunning. And Lorraine, I've got on the phone again, waiting to get your hands on these. Sarah, thank you very much for joining me today, ladies. £8.95 for a brand new strand, I know. And trust me, get it home because you'll fall in love. Now, if you are, I'm so excited about that new strand. Now, I've got a little box here of goodies. You get the box included in this. This is your DVD box, and these are some of our most recent DVDs. You've got your wire sculpture. Now this itself is the one by the wonderful Alison. You've got in here, it teaches you how to make this trinket box on the top. When I say trinket box, because yes, it has got hinges and the lid does open. You learn in here the scroll technique, which is what we need to create this look. You also get shown how to do a beautiful stocking as well as a wire work bell in here. Really popular, really recent, edition 1 of our wire sculpture. You've also got Kirsty's favourite, the Soutache DVD. Plenty of goodies in here, almost an hour long this one, and it's lovely for you to follow along step by step, pause and play whenever you want to. Learn your Soutache skill all the way from simple all the way up to the more intricate techniques. You've got your finishing touches DVD. I absolutely love this DVD. It really does show you how to create stunning high-end pieces using silver clay, and this is by the exceptional Natalia. You've also got Laura binding Miss Spellbinding herself in a little bit of a DVD format with her cuffs and bangles DVD. You get shown how to do this bangle as well as many more. There's beautiful swirl ones in there. There's a woven bangle as well. If you have got loads of 025 at home and you're thinking, I'm not really sure what to do with it, this could well give you a few tips, definitely. So these are your DVDs that we have in here today, including the box. Your web price would be £12.50. Of course, because we all know the DVDs are £4.95, that's just their price, and you're getting the box in there as well, which takes us up to £12.50. How do you fancy paying for just these two? How about less than £2? Your price today is £9.95. These are £4.95 each. You're getting 3 DVDs and your DVD box for free. Absolutely nothing, nada, not a penny, nout. It's a great way. And did I even mention Viking knit? I didn't. Viking knit's in there as well. That one escaped me, didn't it? And you've got your Viking knit one in here as well. If you are maybe looking at this and you're thinking, actually, I got Laura's cuffs and bangles and I got Natalia's finishing touches one, but I haven't got the other 3 and I haven't got a storage box yet, this is still worth buying, definitely, because you'll still be saving money. And on JewelleryMaker.com, at JewelleryMaker.com, not on there, on JewelleryMaker Facebook, if you go on Facebook and you're not friends with us, sorry, my graphics have gone, we're having slight graphical issues. If you go on our Facebook page, you will see on there that loads of people send emails, message on there going, hi, I've just bought a bundle and I've already got this DVD, but I haven't got this one. Does anyone have that one, want to swap? People swap their DVDs. So if you've got 2 in here and you think, actually, I've got those 2, this is still worth purchasing because A, you're saving money on the other 3 and the box, but also you have got the opportunity to swap whichever 2 you might have with someone online. It's such a wonderful, wonderful purchase, and essentially you've got around 5 hours worth of step-by-step tutorials on here. And maybe you're looking also and you're thinking, do you know what, I'm into wire work, but I've not really given anything else a go. So let's have a look at our wire related. Of course, silver clay, yeah, we do use wire in it, but that's not the main focus, is it? Your cuffs and bangles is. Your Viking knit edition one is your wire sculpture is, your Soutache isn't. So say you're only interested in wire work and you realistically only want these 3. Not a problem, great. Why don't you keep these 2 and maybe wait until you're in the mood to try something new, or give them as way as gifts. Maybe you've got a friend, maybe you know producer Kirsty, she might like to own another one of these Soutache DVDs. Who knows? £9.95 is your price. You buy 2 DVDs, you get 3 and a box for free. Stunning bargain, that. Let's squeeze one more in before a star buy, shall we? Where are we going? Let's do, pardon? Let's do, which one are you doing? Okay, lovely jubbly, great. Ooh! How pretty. You've got some lovely pieces in here, haven't you? What about 1.5? Star bag. No, I don't want to do that one now. let's just do a star by. This is so beautiful. Okay, right, so we've had our ametrine on before, genuine natural ametrine. Did you manage to get your hands on it? If you did, oh, you lucky person. This is the ametrine I bought you earlier on. If you got that, how about with genuine citrine interspersed between these beautiful slabs? Because it's going to really pop out the ametrine. Oh my goodness, can you see how much citrine's on this ametrine strand? And how well does the citrine just bring that pop out? Right, I'm bringing you the citrine now. Now, citrine itself is a beautiful gemstone. It's known as the happy gemstone. It's something that a lot of you out there absolutely love and adore. I know that when we have the bead scoops out here and we have loads of people coming to the workshops, people flock to the yellow and orange coloured ones, and the citrine, no one throws elbows, but they nearly fight over them. They love the citrine because when you think of bright, beautiful colours and bright, fun, poppy sun tones, your mind instantly goes to citrine, doesn't it? Citrine is one of those gemstones as well that its name's building more and more each year, and actually it's coming into sort of the social psyche in a sense. These are all individually faceted rondelles. They're so delicate. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm going to be quiet for a moment and you're just going to enjoy this as I spin. Wow. Your eyes are drawn to the light reflecting off the faceted surface, and then you continue to stare due to the absolutely beautiful lemony pops. Now, rondelles are one of the trickiest shapes to cut in a sense, especially on these small gems. The reason being because of the surface area. The surface area is so small, to facet it to this extent is exceptional. Now, it's a high-end strand. We know that already. And also, it's a 30 centimetre high-end strand, and it's citrine. So you know already we're heading in double figures. That's a given, of course. Or is it? Let's have a look. £6.95. Genuinely, I'm going to tell you the honest truth now. Me and Kirst both said about this, that should have a 1 in front of it. We sort of double checked ourselves when we had a look at this. £6.95 is exceptional for these little beauties. 30 carats. This is why it's a star buy, because it's an exceptional strand that we love, but also because the price we're giving you is so wonderful. Another reason, sadly, limited stock. That's the big issue on this right now. And I've got to admit, seeing that price came in, it's even more limited now. Truly is. Not as many left as I would like. Quarter of the stock has completely gone already. £6.95. I didn't have a lot to start with. As soon as that price came in, I had loads of you rushing on the phone. £6.95 is a stunning strand. If you've not worked with citrine before, honestly, you need to give it a go. Maybe you're thinking citrine, it's one of those quite high up gemstones, you know, it's getting really popular and it's so beautiful. And sometimes, I know this sounds a little bit silly, but I think with very small, perfectly faceted gemstones like this, you instantly think higher value, don't you? When you have a look at these beautiful faceting, to me, it almost makes you think of, you know, little diamonds strung together, doesn't it? So maybe that puts you off giving it a go in the past, but not now. £6.95 for this exceptional strand of citrine. That's going to be a sellout instantly. Ooh, so few left. That's going to be a sellout. Get yourself on the phone line for that now. Beautiful. Voted your favourite a few years in a row now. Of course, it is your Labradorite. Now, I personally believe the reason you voted Labradorite your number one JM is because you know that the quality is improving constantly. Please keep your eye on this strand because the Labrador essence is amazing. Teresa, are you really busy?
I'm just playing with trying to find the holes in chips.
Can you please come over here for just a moment? Put your fancy chips and nuggets down. You can come and stand next to me if you want. I don't bite. Can you just see how much, genuinely, be completely honest with me here, how much Labrador essence have you got on this?
There's loads. There's loads of blues just kind of jumping out, which tends to be the one that sort of catches your eye most. But there's definitely some of the golden tones in there as well.
Be totally honest with me again. When you look at the screen up there and I'm spinning it, are you getting the same amount of Labrador essence as you are to the eye? Be totally honest.
No.
You're really not, are you?
No, half if that.
Yeah. Honestly, so promise you exactly. Thank you very much for coming over to help me with that, because I just want people to know at home it's all right for me to say it. I wouldn't lie to you at all, but it's nice to get a backup opinion. My eyes aren't going. At home, you're not getting anywhere near as much Labrador essence. The main reason is the lights in here. They're not normal lights. They're made to show off in detail other gemstones that maybe just have the base colour. They're not made to show off this type of gemstone strand. So what you're saying, in Teresa's words, you're getting about half the Labrador essence I am. You are voting this your favourite because the quality just keeps going up, and this is no exception. 180 carats worth of this for you today. 18 centimetre strand, your price £14.95. If you have never bought Labradorite before, you've heard people mention it a lot, and oh yeah, but there's so many you don't know what to choose from. This is going to be the one for you to get home. Do you know what? Test us, give us a go on it. Producer Kirsty, when she first started buying from JM, she bought, was it Tiger's Eye, chick? She bought Tiger's Eye as a bit of a tester, just to see where JewelleryMaker's quality was on the scale of all of her previous places and locations she's bought. She wanted to do it as a little bit of a test. She got our Tiger's Eye and she knew we had quality. Her second test was Labradorite, and Labradorite sold her on the whole channel. Give us a go, test us on it, because honestly, the Labradorite is exceptional. The Labrador essence, this internal schiller, is superb. If you had a little break from jewellery making and you've come back to us after even a year, maybe you've not been back to us, maybe you've been really busy doing other things, you've been off doing goodies and you haven't bought from us in a year or so, trust me on this, the rate of and the quality of our Labradorite has gone up so fast that if you get this strand today, you will even be able to tell the difference, and I strongly encourage you to. Challenge us with this strand because you won't be disappointed for £14.95 today. One stop shop, we're here. What are we doing? Oh, what's this? No. No, it's not. No. All right, got it. It's like that. No, it's not. Is it? It's not. It is. It's only multicoloured beryl in step cut. Aren't they huge? Look at the size of that aquamarine in the centre. You've got in here your morganite tones, your aquamarine tones, some heliodor. No, it's not. Original. Right, okay, I just want to let you know something very important now. Okay, so beryl is a family of gemstones. Every gemstone is part of a family, and this is the beryl family. It's often referred to as the mother of all jewellery families because of the high quality and the luxurious gemstones within the family. You've got a mixture of those gemstones on this strand in a beautiful twisted, faceted, step-cut rondelles. Now, I really want to forewarn you, people at home, can I have a little bit of trust put in me on this one? I honestly do think that this is the one. I need you to just believe in me. 3 reasons. Number 1, it is genuinely, you can see it yourself, a beautiful, beautiful strand. Number 2, I am seriously low in stock. Number 3, the price is not to be missed. It started off at £14.95 when it launched. Please get yourself on the phones right now. If you are happy to pay £10.95, please get yourself on the phone right now if you're happy to do £10.95. If you are, get on the phone for this, please. It was originally £14.95, but your price today is a tiny £8.95 for genuine high-end mother of all gemstone strand families. You've got in here heliodor, you've got your aquamarine, you've got emerald tones actually running through some of these also, morganites on there too. I've got to admit, and I say this to you sometimes, when I have mixed strands on, I'll say to you, especially with mixed strands of beryl, that sometimes the colour is so pale you can actually hardly tell the difference between them. But even you at home can see the difference of these in front of you on the screen. And when you get home, honestly, the colour is more powerful to your actual eye than it is to the screen. This is not one of those strands that I'm trying to say to you, yeah, okay, I understand. There is a bit of a colour change, it's a bit different. You know what I'm like, I'm always completely straight with you. I'll say to you if the colours aren't that powerful. The colours on this are. The strength and the saturation in here is much more than I would usually expect from a multicoloured strand of beryl. I want to say at home, thank you so much for trusting me on this, because Kirsty said loads of people rushed on the phone when you said that. Thank you for trusting in me, and you know I don't let you down when I do that. I don't do the trust thing that often, but I think it's important to do so, because if you want to get a great deal of a great gemstone, then it's good to get in there first, because this is going to be a sellout, and I'm really upset if anyone is going to miss out on this, because it's a strand that everyone deserves to have. At £8.95, £14.95. There is a queue on the phone. Please be patient, it's less than a minute. However, you won't have a chance to own that again. You won't have a chance to own that again. Stay exactly where you are on the phones. We will be with you. We are going now to another great deal. Wonderful star buy. Interestingly, this gemstone was originally discovered by a Scottish gemologist, and it was actually found in Tanzania the first time. It's one of the rarest of the whole family. It is, of course, your Tsavorite garnet. Now, when it was first discovered in Tanzania, they then had a look around, and then it was later also discovered in a national park in Kenya, named the Tsavo, which is where the name of this actual gemstone comes from. It comes from the name of the national park it was found in. 50 carats worth you have on this strand of Tsavorite garnet. Now, we already know garnet, it's a rare gemstone, it's a gemstone with a lot of prestige, but Tsavorite is really unusual. Tsavorite itself was discovered in 1958, and until then, the only really green gemstone that we had of this colour was emerald, wasn't it? So it was a huge discovery, absolutely massive. The fact that you could get this beautiful green colour. And I have to admit, I think I might prefer this green to the emerald, you know. It's kind of a little bit more poppy on here, isn't it? It's got a really high refractive index, this Tsavorite, and that very simply means that as the light enters and then is refracted in these different ways, and that's why you get that high shine appearance. That, encapsulated with this beautiful, highly polished, graduated plain ovals, is making this a very desirable strand for everybody out there. 18 centimetres we have on this, and it has got a wonderful saturation, a beautiful richness. Now, there is a big problem with the gemstone and the sourcing of the gemstone. In the Kenyan mine, which is where this was found, the deposits are down by 80%. In that one mine, they have sourced so many in a short space of time, relatively, from the first discovery. They have got so many of this gemstone out of the ground that they've gone through 80% of their deposits already. There was a very small deposit found in Madagascar, and I think it was 1991, was it? 1991. But the carat weight in there, the individuals, is so low, really low. So this genuinely is one of those gemstones that every single day is becoming more and more rare. The fact that 80% of the yield is gone in one mine, another mine that we have literally really low carat weights, I'm talking like single figures a lot of the time in one. The fact that you could get your hands on a 50 carat strand of this right now is extremely special. It's a bit of a phenomenon, to be honest. They're graduated from 6x4 all the way to 10x8 mil, and it's your 18 centimetre strand. It's a rare garnet. It's getting rarer every day, and this price is rare as well. £21.95 for a gemstone that we don't know, but you might not be able to get your hands on this in 20 years time, first time round. £21.95. It's beautiful green Tsavorite garnet, emerald-like in shade. £21.95 for you. Isn't that a wonderful star buy? I knew you'd like that. I can see plenty of you on the phone lines for this. Stay exactly where you are, please. We will be with you. £21.95, trust me, it's worth it. It's definitely worth the wait on this. Low numbers already, quarter gone. £21.95 for you. We're going to do a quick recap. What of? Of these strands on my T-bar? Let's recap. Pardon? Let's start with the ametrine. Gerald casually, my producer, just said that. Should we start with the ametrine? Like, it's just ametrine, you know. Because you know how immense this strand is. I'm in love. So, ametrine, if you did not catch this earlier, I want to let you know as well that on all of the strands that I'm about to recap now, okay, handfuls left of each. This is your price, $14.95. Now, ametrine, I'll do a really quick sum up of it for you. Ametrine is something that Mother Nature very rarely creates, and it's when you get this appearance here. So you get, at the bottom, you can see amethyst that turns up into citrine. Now, citrine itself is rare enough. Around 95% of citrine, in the world is heat treated. Ametrine is hard to create via heat treatment because if you heat one side of it, the heat travels through the gemstone structure so quickly that you just end up with citrine. The fact that Mother Nature actually even does it in one location in the whole wide world is a magical phenomenon. The fact that this strand I'm bringing you today is completely natural and only $14.95 is exceptional. I counted them out before, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. I counted them out before, there was 9 in my strand, 9 ametrine and 2 amethyst. 9 ametrine, and some of these pretty much 50-50 split, which is what is, wow, desirable. £14.95. We do not have it on often. It is so rare, and the chance you can get your hands on it. What I would say is my hands behind it don't possibly show it off that well, but perhaps if we have a little look between the white, you'll be able to see better. Definitely get it home though and have a look, because you get these beautiful honey tones running through with the citrine. Beautiful pops of purple. It's a stunning gemstone and a great size. $14.95 today. Next recap. Oh my goodness, my favourite cut in the world now. So, normally, I like to give you loads of info about the gemstones, don't I? Because I personally find it really interesting and I like to pass that on to you as well. But I think this is the first time ever that I've actually just stood and gone blah, 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 about the cut of a gemstone. Reason being, this cut is so unusual and you have to be so skilled. This is an investment strand. 60 carats worth of your beer quartz, already unusual, in a concave cut. That's making it even more unusual. When I show you these, now this concave cut, to cut these, you can't just be your standard lapidus, you have to go through extra training for a long, long time, in which point you become a concave artist, not lapidus, artist. Once you're a concave artist, you can no longer go back to lapidize any other gemstones in any other cut apart from this cut, because it's almost such a skill that you can't then step back. You have to stay on that. The focus that goes into these is so extreme and so intense. The concave itself gives the gemstone a look unlike any other. Because of the way these are cut in ovals, they're almost put onto a lathe, and then these are cut in an undulating manner, which means, can you see as I'm spinning these here, the light unusually enters the gemstone and then bounces internally off each of the facets, which means the light's almost getting captured inside, which is why you get this stunning glow. A lot of the time what will happen with faceting is the light will enter the gemstone, it will ping off one side and back into your eye. Not with these. With these, if you imagine the facets are all like individual mirrors, and when the light hits one side, it pings onto another, almost like a pinball effect. You know, a pinball game, when a pinball goes bing, bing, bing off all the sides, it's like that, but in a gemstone with light. £29.95 is all you're paying for this today. The beer quartz itself is totally natural as well. If you have a little research online like me and Kirsty did before, all you can see is beer quartz is treated by heating, beer quartz is treated by da 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 da. This is totally natural, completely natural. The clarity is stunning. The faceting, I think it's safe to say, is my favourite now by miles, and that is a stunning price. This is seriously an investment piece because we haven't had this in before, and I want it in every day. I'm so in love. If you're looking at this and thinking, oh, actually it is quite nice on my screen, get it home because you will fall in love even more. £29.95 is your price on this exceptional gemstone today. It's my favourite. That was my favourite cut, and then this is my favourite gemstone. It's my pink opal. Oh my goodness. 140 carats now. We're really, really low on stock in this. It's your graduated plain slabs of pink opal. Now, pink opal itself is a really new discovery. When it comes to opal, we've actually only been able to get our hands on pink colour really short moment in time. Palygorskite is the mineral in which this grows and develops. So you get your gel-like substance seeping into these cracks, and that's one of the reasons it's given this beautiful pop of pink tone. It's a new gemstone for us this year. We've not had it in for long at all, and this strand itself is beautiful, not only because it's genuine opal in a beautiful pink colour, but also because of the shape. Elongated slabs. Treat them just as you would any chop drill. Create some beautiful unisex with this. Wire wrap on this would be stunning. Why not do a T-bar ring? That's what I do. Many more things. £14.95. Honestly though, seriously, last chance to buy. Think of a number. Half it, we're probably near that. We've got really low numbers. £14.95. Really low in stock. Last chance saloon, £14.95 for this stunning pink opal today. Now, I also brought to you earlier on our matrix box. Last time for you to buy this matrix box, it's your chips and nuggets. We did your lowest ever price on that as well. How did you find it to work with?
Really nice, actually.
I
mean, obviously they're chips, so they're fairly small holes. But I thought I was going to end up with just kind of 0.25 wire that would go through it, and actually the 0.4 does.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So, other than trying to kind of find the holes in the studio, it's been a bit of an issue.
Yeah, the lights are great for that, are they?
And I got a little bit hung up on the tourmaline, I think, when I saw it.
I love that you have, though. It's beautiful, isn't it? I'm really glad you worked this multicoloured tourmaline in together, because you can see how beautiful it is on here. Goodness, that's a beautiful piece. Oh no, guys at home, I'm so sorry. Single figures left of this. Need to get yourself on the phone because it's your lowest ever price, and it'll be your last price. £10.95 for our single figure quantity matrix collection. I absolutely adore how you've done these cute little earrings as well. You mixed the beautiful neon apatite with these pale pinks.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Yeah, I just quite liked that that colour combination, the pink and then the bright kind of neon apatite. So I really wanted to sort of put those two together. And then I was kind of looking at the tanzanite and the greens, and actually I think I went with the Savarite garnet, the green, over the emerald, just in terms of the way that they kind of sat together.
Yes.
I think I'm kind of thinking periwinkles when I'm kind of looking at
I know what you mean. I do know what you mean. Now these are all the goodies you've got left.
Yes, but loads and loads left.
Loads left. This is the box you'll be getting. Apart from in here, you'll have some beautiful pink tourmaline, isn't it, in that one? So you're going to be getting emerald, you've got tanzanite in here, that beautiful zavarite, mandarin garnet, you've got red spinel in there, this is your neon apatite as well, you've got the tourmaline, the pink and the multicoloured as well that we've used on this necklace. It's your lowest ever price today, £10.95. And talk us through what you've done with this, a little bit of chainmail snuck in.
Yes. I knew I wanted the chips to be on. They're the rose gold plated silver head pins. The most of the chips will fit on those as well.
Fab.
So I knew I wanted to just kind of put them together on there, and then I didn't quite know what to do, so I found some jump rings. So just a little bit of chainmail in there, but I didn't have time to kind of find a chain for it, so that's why it's on a bit of ribbon.
I see. No, but it's beautiful. It gives it a nice light feel. The graphics haven't gone down. We've just sold out. Stay where you are on the phone. Stay where you are on the phone because they're allocated to you, apparently. Stay where you are on the phone, please, to get your hands on that, but they have all gone. And how did you do this? Because I think that's so pretty and it looks like it's taken you ages possibly because it's chipped and looks so intricate and so.
Yeah.
But it's you've done it in moments.
Yeah, I mean, all I did was took three bits of the antique bronze 0.4 wire and started kind of threading one on each, so I got the right number on each one. I wasn't quite sure what I was going to do with them.
No.
And then thought, right, okay, I think I know what I want to do. Took a couple off the top layer and put them on the bottom, so they are a little bit graduated.
Yeah.
And then just made a little wire frame, a little U-shaped frame, and wired it on. So they're just kind of, it's literally just 3 strands of the 0.4 antique bronze that's holding them together. But then they're just kind of, they're wound on there. And they do the work.
Really pretty,
Yeah.
because they do, don't they? Obviously, you had a bit to do with it, but they do because they're also intricate. It looks really complex.
Yeah, I mean, I love putting different colours together, but I've always found with the tourmaline, it's done the job for you in terms of the different colours. You don't need to worry about it. And I didn't sort of think, oh, I've got to put a pink one on now and I've got to put a green one on now.
No.
I just literally just kind of put them on as they came.
You just went with it.
Yeah.
And then how did we create these beautiful pieces? Because they're so simple, but I sometimes think simple pieces look more expensive, don't they? And I think these always have that appearance.
Yeah, I think when you've got something like tanzanite, it's kind of like actually going simpler is better.
So true.
So it's just a few of the Tsavorite garnet, a few of the tanzanite, a few more Tsavorite garnet on one of the rose gold head pins, and then I just bent them around so it got a little bit of shape to it rather than it kind of being a straight drop. And found a couple of shepherd hooks to pop it on. That was all it was, just popping on a head pin.
It's really pretty the way that you've mixed them all together. I really like that. Which one for you is your favourite? Which one would you wear, if any?
I'd probably wear them all. I think I'd kind of go for the tourmaline one just because it's something a bit different, and I was just kind of testing out the theory really, and it seemed to work. So that's always kind of a nice idea.
Fab that they can go on to 0.4 is something really special, isn't it? I love the way you've created this loop too.
Yeah, again, another bit of 0.4 silver this time. Pop them all on, so I've got it kind of more or less similar. Found a couple of the little stardust rondelles to break it up a little bit, and then just made it into a loop and twisted it together. And the loop at the top is twisted. It's the 2 bits of 0.4 twisted together to make the loop.
And then you've put the beautiful stardust. You've
and
twisted them together
Yeah.
and then created a loop. That's fab. So that's on 0.4 as well, which you wouldn't initially think. Can you see, if you look really closely, the wire underneath here? Can you see there? It's actually been wrapped together before it's been wrapped down. Again with 0.4.
Yeah, you could make a wrap loop there. I didn't. I just made an ordinary loop. But once they were twisted together, I put another stardust bead on just at the top. So
that's stunning. So Teresa, you have been so lovely today as always, and you've created some stunning pieces. If you have missed out on those, please watch back on our JewelleryMaker YouTube, because if you're into Kumihimo creative knots and some beautiful intricate cab wrapping, then this is definitely the show for you to watch back on. When are you next with us?
I think it's the 7th of March.
Okay, fab. Not too far then.
No.
Have you got any ideas what you're doing for it yet?
I don't. I don't know exactly what's happening, but I think it's got gems of distinction in it. So I'm looking forward to finding out.
You have been well behaved, haven't you, to get those? How fab, Teresa. Thank you so much for today. You're an absolute love. Thank you for joining me today also. I've had so much fun. I want to let you know that pink opal, my pink opal, handful left. Please get in on that now, because it's gone, it's gone. I want it. It's beautiful. Treat yourself to a little bit of designer inspiration tomorrow also. I am joined 1 till 5 with the lovely Janet. So stay tuned, we will see you then. Have a lovely evening. Miss It, Miss Out is next. Me and Teresa will see you very soon. Bye.
Bye.